So if our color guard, you could get ready, the flags, our drum, our speakers, there's a seat up here for you. If you can make your way up here, that would be great. If not, however you're comfortable. I know we're going to get started here. I just want to welcome you here to the Native American Church, North America, the Peyote Summit here. On behalf of the organization, the officers, I know we'll get started and kind of get things rolling here. So with that being said, I want to thank our color guard here, and thank our drum, our Uncle Rusty Kozad and his singers here. So it is about 8:25. In a good way. I want to thank you all for being here. You could have stayed home, or you could have been at work, or maybe you're supposed to be at work, but you're here. I want to thank you for that. Some of you are teachers, are professors. Maybe you're supposed to be teaching class right now, but you have a sub, or maybe you have to have a Zoom class here pretty soon. I want to thank you, all of that, for a good, important day here, TGIF. I'm really glad and happy that we could all congregate here at the San Juan College. So with that being said, we'll turn this time over here to our Kozad singers, representing the Kiowa Nation, the Kiowa Native American Church chapter. So have your kind relatives, your kind attention. We'll turn the time over here to our singers.
Hey,
I want to thank our color guard. We had our flag song, so maybe a 2 push-up victory song, because we all know every family, every home, every tribe, every clan, whether it be your ancestors or however it may be, you know, we could always be victorious, and we always think about all our veterans, the past, the present, and the future. So that being said, our Kozad, maybe 2 push-ups, victory song. Okay, good relatives, you could be seated. Or thank our Kozad singers here for the flag song and the victory song. So once again, I want to welcome you all to the San Juan College on behalf of Native American Church of North America, on behalf of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. You know, this year it marks the 30th anniversary of the amendments, so we're trying our best here to shine light on it. You know, it's a it's a law here that's been kind of just idle, you know, since the '94 amendments. So we are trying our best, you know, to make it come alive again, you know, to kind of get the goodness. You know, shine light on it. It's probably the only law that don't have funding, that don't have a budget. You know, when we have ARFA issues, we all know there's no office to call or anything like that. You know, so going further, you know, I just want to introduce myself on behalf of my family and on behalf of our church. You know, my name is John Brady, my business name. But my good NAC family, they call me Pancho, you know, so that's my Pawa name and my kind of church name, code name, I guess. But nevertheless, I have an awesome, beautiful wife, Rebecca. You know, I have some wonderful children and some grandchildren and a few great-grandchildren, you know. And then just last fall, I made the 50 club, you know, so kind of kind of looking at those menus at Denny's and things like that. I said, holy smokes, I'm kind of getting into that area. But all in all, that's all the awesome prayers of our grandparents. So before I go any further, I want to say excuse me here for our veterans that are out there sitting in the audience or maybe live streaming, our elders, our grandparents, for standing up here and talking and expressing, and all the road men and all the water women out there. And I want to thank you all for being here, because it goes to show the love and the support and the concern that you have for our way of life. So here we are, as Native American church relatives, we're trying to do the best that we can. So I'm going to start with our opening prayer. I know as us, as Native people, if our good relative could make his way up here and could help us with the prayer. Justin, what did you have in mind? Okay, with that being said, I'm going to ask my good uncle here. He made good relations, here. If you could come up, Mr. Johnson, being part of the organization here, just trying to help different organizations, and just want him to start off with his opening prayer at this time.
First of all, I would like to extend a good morning to each and every one of you that are here, and those that are on their way, and those that are listening on live. And just a matter of introduction, my name is Albert Anthony Johnson. I'm a bit and my beautiful wife Vera over here. And we came here, we have children, we have grandchildren. We reside in Ganado, Arizona. So it's an honor to be called upon to say a word of prayer. And when you become a grandfather, that's all you do. You pray in the morning, you pray in the afternoon. And one time I went to a Peyote meeting, I prayed for supper time. And as we went in the midnight, I prayed again, then prayed some more in the morning time, and prayed all night long. But that's a good life. I'd like to extend my appreciation to the president to the Native American Church of North America organization, Mr. Brady, my nephew, and also Mr. Holgate, and also the secretary, and our general counsel, my nephew Justin, and then my nephew also Ryan Wilson, and also Mr. Red Cloud here from the Sioux Nation, and also to extend my appreciation to my Bobby here, Rusty, the group, sang some beautiful traditional songs that was carried on by your great daddy, grandpas, Good to hear those songs again. Reminds me of back home over there, way out there. Going to offer a prayer at this time.
Thank you. I thank our Uncle, Mr. Johnson, for a good, awesome prayer and good encouragement to the Almighty and to all the good relatives. So before we go to our welcome address, I just want to, make mention of how wonderful our fireplaces. We all know the history. We all know the stories behind our way of life. And we're real thankful to our Oklahoma Southern Plain relatives. Before we go to our welcome address, I want to just give a little time here to our good uncle here, Mr. Rusty Kozad, on behalf of the Kiowa Nation and on behalf of, all the goodness, our Oklahoma relatives, Sooner country, that the good vibes and good energy, how they all shared with all the good relatives throughout the North, West, East, and South. It's really awesome, that we can, 2024, we can still be carrying on the prayer. So at this time, Uncle Rusty, if you could make your way up this way. So let's give our good uncle a good round of applause, I know it's some of you. I know you're really a clap when it's basketball time or your favorite movie star. So this is our good uncle here. So thank you.
First of all, I want to say, Yat e shike dosha dinne, Yat e abine, najoni abine. As a Shaldane, I try my best to learn a little bit of your language. And it's an honor and a privilege to stand amongst you, amongst all my in-laws. And come over here when I was asked by my Sige here, Justin Jones, and my Sige John Pancho Brady to render a couple of songs and to address you, all our good relatives, those of you who came this morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank God, for this wonderful day, this summit here, where we're going to get ready to talk about what's all on the agenda here. And it's a wonderful feeling to be a part of something that we're trying to justify what we're wanting as Native people. This Peyote, this Azi, saying Doki, saying how we call it in our language, our chief Peyote. I'm very fortunate to know some of our late relatives that taught us this way and to talk for our Peyote. I come from a long line of family history. I think about my dad's grandpa, his Kong. He goes by the name of Kaiwa Charlie. Ikipehoro. And another one of my grandpas, Jim Waldo. And my other great-grandpa, D.K. Lone Wolf. They were early men that, I would say, defended this Peyote way of life back in 1918, and it goes beyond that. During that time, what my dad and my uncles shared with me is that this Peyote was under scrutiny at that time in Oklahoma. And what they told me, they did a lot of prayer, a lot of meetings just like this. A lot of our tribes in Oklahoma are Comanche, Apache folks, or Poncas, Osages, Otos, Cheyenne, Arapaho. They met a lot just like this to discuss what we're up against again. When I first heard about what my relatives here, my folks here, our Peyote is kind of under scrutiny again. And I want to encourage you to continue that fight, that defense for our Peyote way of life. I've seen a lot of miracles in that teepee. And one of them is my own brother, Gerald Lee Kozak. Once upon a time, when he got a wreck, they said he's not going to walk anymore. So my folks put up a Peyote ceremony in Hawk Creek, and they fed him Peyote all night. And that morning time, they said, my dad told my brothers, James and Daniel, you get your brother up and carry him out of that teepee. But my brother said, wait, Dad, I'm going to get up. I'm going to walk out of here. And still to this day, he's still walking. So to me, this Peyote showed me something that's very, very real. Get oh boy, very real. It's not a plaything with me about this Peyote way of life. I take it very seriously every day. Because of my brother, and what I've seen a lot of miracles there. My brother Vernon, he had a heart murmur. We fed him Peyote. He got well. He's still living today. So that showed me, that confirmed how powerful our Peyote is. That's why I take it so seriously. Every day, my prayer. There's a lot of folks that need prayer. Folks back at home, they need prayer, and I pray for them. Even myself, I need prayer. Friends and relatives, it was just about a month and a half ago, I lost my oldest son. And it's very trying time for me to move on. But it's through this Peyote, I made this movement, made this gesture to come over here and to sing for you. But above all, sing for God Almighty Himself. Make joyful noises unto the Lord, as it says in the Bible. Psalms 100 says that. That's what my dad had taught me. My dad, once upon a time, was a deacon in a church in Hall Creek called Ware's Chapel. That's why we're so adamant about the Word of God and how this Peyote comes along with it. There's a balance. And I always encourage everybody, be good to one another, pray for one another, and above all, love one another. That's something we all need, and have that respect. And as your in-law, I tell you that every time, whether it's at a powwow or we're at a Peyote ceremony, be good to one another, because we're not promised tomorrow. I encourage you to be that way. Support our relatives, what we're doing here. Pray that there's some clarification about our Peyote way of life and what these individuals are doing, this company. I see, I read, I sit back. I didn't really get involved at first and foremost because I wanted to see where we're at on this. Now I see it. And now we have to fight the best, utilize the laws, the wording, the verbiage in these laws so that we can protect our Peyote. And I encourage you to pray that we have good clarity, that we can understand what we're up against here. And to you, all of us, roadmen, I see a lot of you. I even see my dad over here, Dr. Wilson Arnold. I remember him coming to Hawk Creek a lot of times, sitting there at our old home place, even at my brother Daniel's home place. It's good to see our elders come and support us like this. We got a lot of relatives at home that are in support of what we're doing here. Our own Kiowa chapter, we know what's going on, and all we can do is offer that prayer and encouragement and support that what we're doing here, we're going to support you from this point on. But I just want to share that with you. I know we got a lengthy agenda this morning, and it's good to see all of you, all my relatives. It's good to see my Bobby, Ernest Begay. We got long relation with my Bobby there too. And I'm very thankful. Good to see you, Bobby. Thank you for helping me about a month and a half ago, to get home. That really helped me. Like I said, it's a very trying time for me. But I also wanted to come here too to share my heart and my mind, how wonderful this Peyote way of life is. I'm thankful for God that I know where my son's at. I know where my daughter's at. So I know they're whole, they're good, they're happy. If they're happy, I need to be happy. But I'm trying my best to. I'm human. I got emotion. I have to address that in front of you. To be honest with you, I'm just vulnerable as anybody else because I love my God. I love my Jesus. I love my Holy Spirit. That's what makes me go every day. So with your prayers and your good thoughts, friends and relatives, family, think about me and my little family. Think about my grandkids because my son left 4 children. Now we're obligated to take care of my grandchildren. So just think of me that way. I would really appreciate that. And again, I want to encourage each and every one of you. Again, aho, gahet, obaha.
Thank you. I want to thank our good uncle here for his good words and his good encouragement and obeying the good spirit, what he has on his heart, on his mind, and address all the good relatives, so I want to thank him. And also, so we'll go on down to our welcome address. Mr. Terry Dash of the Native American Church of New Mexico. He's a NACNA affiliated chapter here, so I'll turn this time over to him. It's all right to clap, relatives. Hoop, holler.
Yate. I know we're running a little bit behind time, so I'll just make my welcome brief, short and sweet. So yate and welcome. She ya Terry Deish dashjina. I'm the delegate at large for the state of New Mexico, Native American Church of North America. Aro petani don na ensliro hashgatsuhobashchin. Kachi ni edashedo na kaiden ne edashanade. Aro tote yisanashaho. Aro isyaho soholyere are yahachashinike. Akonde kore yahake dahonite. But I want to say thank you for that beautiful prayer this morning, Shita. Aro, thank you for the color guard, the gentleman that helped us, and then the drum group. Brother Rusty and Ernie, thank you. Thank you. I know you guys have a busy schedule yourself. You're going off to Page to do a powwow, gourd dance, and all of that. So safe travels. It's good to see you again. Then I want to thank the executive committee, President John Pancho Brady. Thank you for making your way down here from Fort Berthold, North Dakota, and whenever it's time for you to go back, safe travels going back up that way. You, your family, your wife, your kids, grandkids, like that. Maybe when you get home, you'll find things better than when you left it. There'll be blessing waiting for you when you get home. So thank you for your efforts here. And then I want to thank the legislative chair. I just seen him come in, Mr. Ryan Wilson. Thank you, brother. Thank you for all your efforts. Thank you for shining that light so that we can see moving forward, you navigating these issues for us. Thank you, and I encourage you to continue that work, brother. Thank you very much. We get on the phone and we talk sometimes too, so I appreciate that, your insights. And then the delegates at large, Sarah Fanman, thank you for making your way down. I don't know if CJ's here, but thank you to the delegates at large. And then the members in general of Native American Church of North America, and then just NAC members as well. And then everyone that's here today, thank you very much. So as we get started with the agenda, I want to encourage you all to take what you hear and learn today back to your relatives, your chapters, your members, so that they too can be aware of the issues that is going to be discussed today. So that's my encouragement to all of you. And the purpose of this summit is to share information and to discuss topics and issues. The top item of discussion, looking at the flyer and the agenda, is ERFA, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, specifically as it pertains to peyote, ceremony, and sovereignty. So those are the things that are going to be talked about. Although 45 years ago, or has already gone past since the enactment of ERFA. There's still public resistance to the law today that's still continuing. And what does that signal? That signals to us that we need to continue the public education. So that's why it's very important that what we hear today, we take back to our relatives. Since the enactment of this ERFA, 1978, and the 1994 amendments, there have been no congressional oversight hearings to further tribal self-governance, tribal sovereignty, and tribal well-being. But you will hear more about that today. So those are the items that we hear, that we learn today. Take it back to your relatives, your members, your chapters, so that they can share that with our tribal members, and then moving on up to our state representatives and our congressional leaders. That's the purpose of this summit today. So it's very important to continue to listen and to learn what they're talking about. So again, welcome, and I hope you enjoyed the summit. With that, I turn it back over.
I want to thank Mr. Terry Dash here, New Mexico delegate, welcoming, addressing all your good relatives. I want to thank everyone for taking time out. I know, I know we have a lot of things to cover, but there's always time for our good relatives, our elders. There's always time for grandpas and grandmas, you know, because God, the Creator, the Great Spirit can't be everywhere. So they created grandparents, grandmas, grandpas. So today we have a good relative within the Native American church, you know, celebrating his birthday. So before we go down to the agenda, you know, we want to set that good vibe, set the tone with good smiles and cheers and happiness and good thoughts and good feelings and energy. So at this time, Mr. Elroy Bigay, if you could go ahead and stand, and Kozad, if you could render a birthday song. Today we have a birthday celebrity in the house, so let's give him a round of applause. We're going to honor him here today. Elroy, if you could make your way up this way, and our uncle, we could, Ernest. Last time I was calling Avery Everett. So I'll turn this time over here to Kozad here, maybe a birthday encouragement song. So here he is, right here, relatives. Let's all make these good wishes. So singers, anytime you're ready, a good birthday encouragement song. So round dance, however you feel here today, this morning.
Thank you.
It's all good.
All day, do kia te se do kia sana, night bagel, ta do no. All day, yao ta do so no, night bagel, ta do no. Hey, bagel, ta do no. Hey, bagel, ta do no. All day, no kia te se no kia sana, no e pega ta do no. All day, yao ta do so no, no e pega ta do no. Hey pega ta do no, hey pega ta do no. All day, no kia te se no kia sana, no e pega ta do no. All day, no kia te Seno, Kiasano, no, it may go, no, Onde, Gao, Kadon, Soyono, no, it may go, no, hey, may go, no, hey, may go, no, Onde, no, Kiate, Seno, Kiasano, no, I may go, no, Onde, Gao, Kadon, Soyono, no, may go, no, hey, may go, no, hey, may go, no, Onde, don't Kiate, say no, Kiasano, no, I may go, no, Onde, don't Kiate, say no, Kiasano, no, I may go, no, Onde, Gao, Kadon, Soyono, no, I may go, no, hey, may go, no, hey, may go, no, Onde, no, Kiate, say no, Kiasano, no, I may go, no, Onde, Gao, Kadon, Soyono, no, I may go, no, hey, may go, no, hey, may go, no, Onde, no, Kiate, say no, Kiasano, no, I may go, no. Oh, hallelujah.
66, okay. So let's give him a round of applause. He is 66 years old, 66 years younger. So thank our uncle for the good encouragement. Kaiwa hymn, encouragement song. So going down here, I just want to thank everyone again, for all the goodness that are, all the thank yous go out to the San Juan College. I'm going to thank you all, the staff, all the students here. So happens I have a few nieces that are going here, representing the Fox family. They're going to be here later on. So I'm going to thank our nephews, our ITech people, Jonathan, Shane. I'm going to thank them very much for making us look good, making us kind of look savvy here, having some QR codes, kind of being up to date, kind of being a little bit more modern, being in tune of society here today. I'm going to thank them and everyone that's helping with the summit. I'm going to thank you all and all the prayer meetings that taken place, all the good wishes that's been being addressed, whether it be a text, whether it be a phone call, whether it be a Facebook post. This is all we can do here, relatives, is to lean on one another and to do the best that we can for our way of life. Because all the goodness, the Creator, the good medicine has done a lot for all of us. So we try to honor that and show pride within our family values and our customs and our beliefs. And I want to thank all the our officers. I know Mr. Holgate here, our Vice President, and our delegate, Mr. Terry Dash of New Mexico, our South Dakota delegate, Mr. Daryl Red Eagle, our Daryl Red Cloud. And at the same time, I was looking at this gentleman's eagle feather, kind of caught my attention. So, but at this time, Utah delegate, I want to thank Miss Fanman here, Sarah, and everyone, all the chapters, whether you're independent, whether you belong to another organization. It's really nice to be under one roof and showing that good support and the goodness that you want to hear and the concern. And most of all, I want to thank our legal team, our legal counsel, Mr. Justin Jones. It's really awesome now here as an organization to have our legal representative. How awesome. Let's give him a round of applause here. All the goodness that he's doing. It's nice to know that our legal representative goes into teepee with us, runs a meeting for us, eats this good holy medicine with us. So there, it makes things a lot easier, so before everything was pro bono, probably basically that's all kind of what the organization got. But nevertheless, we're not just, asking him for his favors, but through all the generosity of good relatives, pitching in, having fundraisers and doing these kind of things, because it means more when you put this effort into whatever you may be doing, so we don't want to be, standing around asking for handouts and all these kind of things, we want the goodness of our way of life because our children, our younger children, our grandchildren, when we want to do good things, we got to do good things. So this is what we're doing here today. We don't want our future generation, uncle was this way, uncle was talking that way, auntie, this and that. We don't want our children to be that way. Life, as hard as it is, tough as it is, we all know is a cruel world out there. A lot of ungodly thoughts and feelings towards one another, a lot of ill feelings and jealousy and all those kind of things. That's not what our way of life is about. It's about love. It's about compassion. It's about helping, unity. It's about all singing the one same song, same prayer, all being harmony and all being tuned with all the goodness that our relatives set for us. So here we are today, the B team. Our A team went home. Our A team went home. The starters. We all know all these fireplaces that were given to us. Here we are, the B team, doing the best that we can. So I want to thank the Hobbs and Strauss. They're our eyes and ears at the Capitol Hill, doing the best that they can. And most of all, Kozad singers for bringing their drum and all the goodness. And we all know this summit, is a way of our highest level of officials. So here we are as Native American Church. ARFA, however we want to address it, we're just shining the light on the peyote and the ceremony aspect of it and the sovereignty part of it, because this is all we have, and this is that we're all trying to shine light on all the goodness. So I want to thank you all for your goodness that you come over here, and we invited some dignitaries, some special guests. So the summit is basically open up your eyes, your ears, take notes, and hear what they have to say, because it's really awesome, what they're going to say. So we appreciate everyone for being here. It shows that you support our way of life, and all the speakers, they have something awesome to say through their knowledge, through their education, through their wisdom, their elder advisory, all their tribal government, their doctors, their professors, their lawyers, their roadmen, their practitioners here. So we're going around in Indian country advocating for our way of life locally, state level, at the tribal level, and the national level. So we have a paper, we have pens here. If you have questions, good relatives, we ask you kindly if you could write them down. Write them down and we could address them. We could address them. Maybe during our break, maybe during our lunch break. So I encourage everyone to scan all these codes that are going to be showing. So the goodness, if we all come in this good meeting room, with a good thought, with good thoughts and good feelings, honesty and humbleness and good manners and attitude and the good behavior. And what you're doing is honoring your family values. You're honoring your grandparents. You're honoring this fireplace, because if it wasn't for ladies, that found this medicine, we all wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be any elders, lawyers, doctors. So we all know the lady is important. The ladies are important, and they're always right, too. They always kind of keep us in line. So I'm going to thank our lady folks in a good way. And I know in the future, we're going to have some lady speakers. Some kind of, we don't want to kind of get too one-sided. We want to balance it out and get our female. We have a lot of them that have a lot of good talent, a lot of good ideas. Future days, we'll have that going. So I just want to say that and welcome you all here. I know the sovereignty and all the goodness that it has. So we'll go on down here. I want to say some more, but I just want to put a comma there until later on here. The Holy Spirit of the Peyote, masculine, they are one of the same. So at this time, Dr. Wilson Aroneth, our elder, if you could make your way up this way. And we're ready to go with our agenda here. So there's coffee, there's donuts, there's refreshments, relatives. Also, we have lunch meal tickets that are going to go around the lunchroom just right down the hall here. So those that signed up, make sure you sign up, relatives. You get a lunch ticket here. And these T-shirts here, there's stickers, there's jackets here. They're for our advocating efforts, relatives. So they're only the convention T-shirts are only $20, and those other red and blue shirts are only $35. So at this time, Mr. Wilson Aroneth, we're ready to go. So let's give him a round of applause. I know my uncle has a lot of good information, so we'll turn this time over here to him.
You can't push this Oh, how do you feel? Not too bad. Physically, not good.
Yeah. You're a young man yet.
Yeah, how do you work this thing? Yat we have real well-educated neighborhood that have bachelor degree, master degree, PhD degree. You know what they say? They say Yat means hello. I said, no way. If you look into the dictionary and look up the word hello, it has entirely different meaning. But what I learned from my grandma, when you say Yat Nijone means you look fantastic, brilliant, and intelligent, and beautiful looking. That's what Yat means. So it doesn't mean hello. Okay? So when I say you look very beautiful, intelligent, and handsome, and beautiful. Like you don't resemble anybody in this world. The way you look is your behavior, your attitude, your personality, your character is good. Not I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. I said, you look beautiful. That's my greeting this morning. My name's Wilson Aroneth Jr. And then there's at the neighborhood we have a clan called Nancy Litinakasichindo, Touch Sheet, Buses Chindo, Kan I say two hundred naira she chair but I need the naira she nulle. 200 Olje, de kina George kisijene, a wet albert of call a question to share nasha, hotel, ado, Sanbri Nash in the hollow, Abitna Arsenal, she choke hello, she chudo, ado, what is ade naga. Yat and Johnny Hitini dode. A large ben his witness near, now compa ya, did what these nation don't need. Oh, I'm going to talk about the Holy Spirit of Peyote. As they had not masculine, they are the same, they are one. You can't separate them. I don't know if that's correct English translation. I'm not educated. I went to a 5-year special program, so anyway, I'll try to use English word real simple so we can make a little communication. I wish you could all talk Navajo. But I'm going to talk about that. Okay, I'm going to use my native language first. Oh, yat esik na di kwe ba hotis nishit niniki komba ka alanj ba ka ishtaiki nishin zenete ade ta ishin saye Hashit olje no ka nan se azeyot a chis haydot lise a jen chekes haydot lise yinne yo shansi azeyot anaot lise azey anavik a hojon anaot lise de no hashit astenne nana in the nendes latte, de isite, ort de haneke. 1945, that is such an so. Adoste hajoba konizia, 1949, benina, yahatan shiti niso, ja, ja, dat is ook een ganda il chido, dan zit het ganda ge, oba zet achter, naast scheel, die jongens die trouwt toch graag, de neta no. Ik kon dat dat is niet. Ik had dat niet, je had dat gedaan, je kon dat zat niet, het is niet, maar je dat zat een little not aan het dan le, onzin, je kon je panas le, ik kon je, die zou gaan, ons het aan niet horen, als zanen lo, is het ook dat die Kote o chiso I kate hort in the harden she hort in. A sanach can lo, short ago, the net the unit of can't the unit, as you had nepetit, a son in law. Big on not so, do you up in the nane, bit in there. Beso doesn't don't begin, but second, but not Big yik hol chiso, yik kaha, yik we so does in it begin it ben sekes it but not ait but ait as cho do your slado, hat is it a bete, yet as the hol. A coshe, do ya show the law, kill is a lay, and die his case is a leo. This Sunday, yo, yashi. Because of the house, no. Consi, I got it the Sundays, the door since the house. The barb and the shino ditchin, be yet to go swords a little, but cow swords a little, she did. I check up at the chow, he is come, Beno that he got. Question is he up, but catch on till. Well, catch on that she at this time, ya, this car, she, a year as it is out, conjugal del chinde, had issued also cargo zero, or now she day, or you did say, hello, could I get this shit? Other which how zilla, data, within nation, all she did now. She cut the cheat, nakan lunch na jago do ade dahi kadeshit azashil ya no ade alohi ya do isna adon de kha den chita khande tieda bi go so chile ba sho kitchen which is but hat ishi bad hat city nachten hier als Truppels anders Deutschen, bis ist Chaos so durchgestert hat, als Truppels anderen Telo, Lego, also behosen da. An der Terde, jener, sie doch hat das, Ende sie doch, wenn sie Käse da hat, so noch hat, ja. Adonde, Nisa hat nette, Pacho hat, ja, als die Schnelle, die, als Sonnen Lego, als sie bedingen, ich kenne das ja nicht, ako hat ich bedingen, ako konnte hat ich da. It was a woman. I said, konnte ne Schippe ist die Klinike, Native people. Ja, als ich hinna, Belagan and das kai maskalin, nicht a hojoin shida. De hat ich all, yeah. Ako, juppe so dinsen. Als vanat ach kenchitien. Als ich sei dort, sehen Sie kein sei dort, in der Nähe schon, sie dort, out, ja, sie sagen, schon. Another listen, lien mescaline. Ako, Cochin da sky bahas sit na isane, nishen taka a quad hot did it need. Hajo, shit nins at hot nishes hot out the inkekohane. Ako, olje. It's bitter. The cheeky olje. Let the cheeky be still, bitte yin. Ye, be, the cheeky olje. Ena olje. Ena olje hadas, ena olje, asa olje, chilo. Ako, had about audition. I don't know, Jiao, when we ingest it, Jiao, as they hina, bitte ye, be steen, Jianiki, Achoho, we was racket, Piscia. Holla, Balakan, unconditional hope, Chia. Nana Conda, ditch Yaniki, ayo, ne. Nana Conda, Tla. Well, yeah, aha, Joe, pa. Joe, pa, catching no. Hello, Shene. He said, well, it's a jazz, you know. Chia, Odabitia. Then the Doshan darts, your cheat arts, Ziadota. Neniki, Chia. I don't know, truthfulness and honesty. Sheet, I say ye all, yeah. I got the prosperity, didn't it? That's it. I chum blood. Is it a tin? Jonny hollow. A shibin, they been the wheat lad ben haga. How goes it to the yacht? A ship in the Yachitika. Has your darcy. I don't touch easy. Eller der er sådan hattet et år til han jo når det der dog så det så der har der dog sådan. Allo korot når det så altså kunne man dog tage der eller der. Når det kunne man det tage har jo sådan kæser. Det der den bare og det og kun så kæsen har der en og siger sådan så det den sen ordre. Jeg den jo når bedre og det ligger når jeg har den så kæsen der og er det til Jan Jonlige når jeg har jo den skal det bedste begge sin så bedre og du holder det lille ne altså Jan og kort er så det prosperity er det a kort af de kvæberhusen i Gianni Haspasen Jordan der ebek og Kristilla liggen hallen ebek og diggen den der beallast til betja bezze Giao Jordan der er der til der en tiho benest njila hojiya se akot ordlige akot je hadet maskulin ati så twider nene has twider nene has twi adam nene has twider nene ati så akonsog venashni Bahotishnen så. Ako lige benina. Dort der kanskje det dog nis ja. Ako det bahosne ikke. Azehna. Bistin bedigin bedetjege. Yitsadele. Koje jeg hattet ikke, jo har jeg også jeg sætter, når det jeg sætter, når jeg sætter, så har jeg sætter. Godt så jeg, men der kan se græse, der kan se tøj, der kan se så se. Jeg hattet ikke, ikke bare så bare se, eller bare net i det. Det er det maskulin, bistin, bedigi, jeg budgetter, jeg har dog læser, en last går når han nido, og har sit arbejde, som idolis, har nemlig kvæ, shit også så godt æder. I disagree with it. Da. Og kort æsset lalle. Så det har isa, hvad har set, det er dog har kakket det, jeg ser sit endelig adone, silinde og hui sejini, hui stin, har det gi holde, korte ikke begynde, og Wilson. Det kan jeg have den egen sidste dagen, sådan et andet. Ni så siden har dog det så. Lad os da ikke ni siden bare kan han ni så besætte kandidater. Husen næste når han le. Kan jeg dog gå eller sætte dog ni så kat. Kort eller jo der har kvække. Det Chicago bendesha. Edi bistin bedigin bedetjeke dog kvæ maskulin. Deslig vi har dog læser. Når der hashita base jeg is to make profit and money. Jeg har det dog der. Dashe dog der. Det en behas ani dog der. Og konano 1918 ja der. Når så har det gjort, og godt overgivet det stjål. Lukker det sit og sit, der han der kunde og for Wilson og Jemel, none of Fractaxican, none of Truman Daly, none of Joe Colledy, Make Hake, og godt Kyle så Comanche, så Cheyenne, Mazrin Otto, Crow. Esa de har der siv på kravene. As Native American Church member of North America, That's when the name really came into existence in 1918. As Peyote members, the ones that we say we follow this medicine, we're going to shield it, protect, foster, perpetuate, enhance, promote, and preserve to the best of our ability. We don't want to take it apart or abuse it or sell it or smoke it or any form or mix it with other drug. No. That law, that legal law still stands. Non-Indians, native, their understanding, non-native. Medicine peyote mescaline is a dangerous drug. I just made it short. They said there's inside that mescaline hallucinogenic. Well, yeah, be hold on. Intoxication. Nishat inzen. Asha nisha kut ashi. Hot ash. Shane tagadishne. Hatuida nene. They say and indicate it is harmful substance like heroin, LSD, marijuana. It's hallucinogenic, intoxication. You're going to have delusion, experience, and you're going to go crazy, getting excited, get out of control. No. When native people use it in a ceremonial way, no. Taka. So, but for non-Indian, leave it like that. Not for us. Next one. As is about this. Also, you about this. The data I used to teach. Akada 80 Bislagi, Pedigin, Petichi, Yena or Sihadas, and out there. So, we also doesn't dosent or your Nantin Hahila, which I thought yesterday Tota. Toro Nisha. It had all been CG on the Eben Ye edition. I don't know, I couldn't, so as is on such, as is on an audition. As they had now. The mescaline be chambers in the Beta will chihiki or feeling a Misahotra. Ado come beta show hey show ya I thought is a hotra. Ado non come Nahane or mental Nahane Queben his hotikin that's able to did. The India, but allow Shene, she yells word, it is no Shene digging as they are emotional, able to did it. A couple of other yes, ne, she daughter. I don't connect, no. Did be it Neneke, Nahat or attitude, able to did it. The India, behavior. kwe eat liki ebisiki dit. Alinda ni character kwe hot abi hatinit egi. Alinda be ni jondon hazol ni personality. Eshin nan hagaja gahda. Azeti hota chishgon yete. Da hazol ni liek. Njono da hazet dodo ni jonda hote ni a personality ebisiki dit. Alo alinda our nature. Episode is so nchila oyon jono ne son nan jondon si don jondo kwela oyon jonye. That's your nature. You're born with that. Ebisikitit. Ebene na eti kweba bi hatot yeso an hinit nit o shin eshit o shot ed. Linda nin check sto alo nin hat adon. Dan nan so this and episode be deal it's no a call Zehanah was given to us as native people to understand its divine power and principle for us to understand our native language, our values, our goals, follow our own ethics, moral laws, and our principle to learn how to keep our spirit, soul, blood flow, mind, body pure and clean. Na jodo nigi ntaka aje kada bi hasido le jodi kujiya da lego hodija okay, it's good to see all of you. You're all related to me as nephews, grandsons, and the one that sang Koza, he's my nephew, and then my nephew, their father was my brother one time, lived long ago. They're related to me. Today I'll just explain what is mescaline. I said, it's the spirit and power of that medicine. When you taste the bitterness of it, it's that spirit, Holy Spirit, the natural healer that's in it. When you taste the bitterness, that's when you get healed. If you were kind of wayward, maybe you like to drink, run around, cheat, lie. When you taste the bitterness of that peyote, and it comes into your spirit, soul, mind, body, it's going to cleanse all your bad habit, your bad attitude, behavior, personality. It's going to take it away and put you back like you're going to be reborn. You become a nice, beautiful, intelligent person like that peyote your Creator wants you to be. And when you taste the bitterness, it's going to teach you how to keep your soul, your spirit, your mind, your blood flow, who you are, where you're coming from, your purpose. You're going to understand and you're going to fulfill your purpose in this world. It's going to take you to salvation. It's going to save you. But these people are saying we're going to take that power out and use it the way we want and sell it. Now, I'll say this. If there's any of my people, Navajo people, or other different tribes, trying to do that, take that mescaline out and trying to sell it over there, kind of hide around. Hey, you better not do that. Don't sell it to white people. Don't allow white people to use it. Don't abuse it. Do not abuse it. How come you're all silent? How come you're supposed to say, okay, do not abuse it? A chest in daughter. No. Aho.
Good, awesome encouragement, philosophy, and perspectives. You know, this is what we're shooting for, aiming at. So at this time over to Mr. Our legislative chair, congressional. A little introduction here.
Thank you, Wilson, for sharing. And I'm going to introduce our special guest, come to us from Santo Domingo Pueblo, and we're so very happy to have him here. And before I do that, though, I just wanted to make note, my brother John, I always kind of had a good relationship with him since we were teenagers almost, even though I'm older than him. And but sometimes he gets a little bossy because he's in charge, you know. And even though I'm older than him, he kind of bosses me around. And I'm like, I don't know where he gets that, but he does it, you know. But I had a wonderful thing happen to me, Dene people here. A while back, Pancho's uncle, an awesome man, Albert Johnson, give him acknowledgement. He's over here, and Albert Johnson adopted me as a brother, and he did it in front of everybody, and I was so happy. I said, geez, not only do I get a brother, but I asked Albert, I said, does that make me Pancho's uncle now, because you're his uncle? And he said, whatever you want to call him, that's good. So, aho, Albert, it's good to see you. We'll all take turns pulling arrows out of your back as we're here. It'll be good for you. So last night, me and the family, we were driving in late, and I was coming through Aztec, and I borrowed my brother's truck. He gave me his truck to bring down here. What an awesome brother he is, because my war pony was kind of tired all this driving around, and I look in the rearview mirror, and there's police lights going, and you know that feeling when you see that? The first thing you think is, oh, who got in trouble? Who's going to get a ticket, you know? But then when the police pull up behind you, you're like, you realize that moment, you know, you're the one that's going to get the ticket, you know? It kind of humbles you out. So we parked over, and I was kind of getting nervous because my son's with me, and I didn't want to see him, like, these lights and police and all that. And that guy gets out, and I'm watching him. And he comes over to the window, and I roll the window down, and I got my driver's license, and I'm all ready. And he goes, sir, do you know why I pulled you over? And I never get tickets. I don't speed. I drive like a grandpa, you know. I'm real cautious. And I seen he was Bill Agana. He had red hair, freckles, all that. And I was kind of thinking at first when those lights come on, maybe John or Brother Justin were pulling a joke on me, like having me get escorted in, you know, like a VIP or something, but it wasn't that way. And so this Bill Agana cop, he comes up, and I was like, I knew I didn't do nothing wrong, so I tried to get tough, you know, and I said, I didn't do nothing wrong, you know, and what did you pull me over for? And this Bill Agana cop, he looked at me and he goes, yeah, your tail lights are out. Like, don't you know, don't you know your own truck? And so he lectured me, he checked my license, and then he gave me a warning, and I was like, all right, I got a warning, you know, it was good, no ticket, nothing. So we were scrambling around. So I've just shared that because I want you guys to be happy. You have a Pueblo guest here. I know Navajo people are tough. You're all sitting there with your arms folded, looking at him. Be nice to this guy. He's a good guy, you know. He's my brother. So last year, the National Congress of American Indians, they had their elections. And this is the most representative body across Indian country. And he was nominated by the other governors to represent the Southwest region. The Navajo Nation's not a part of NCI, but he came here to give you guys that respect and to share a little bit as well and to support NACNA. And he comes from Santo Domingo. He's the Lieutenant Governor and the Area Vice President of the National Congress of American Indians. I'd like you to go ahead and give him a nice welcome, Raymond Aguilar. And he drove up here this morning to share with us here and to show us that good, loving support.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Yate. Amera ho pacha paste he mat se us kai mat se adisha se shana shay at yamekota o masta aditini na ki chani toti matak yotini ki wa ha tiri na ki chani to we at ya to wichan adi ish kyo met se sin ya adish ko na san shay at tuni yo we at ya tro wichan sha se shana chi matak ska und yash putin ska tawni Ho ti it's a dinya tikot adi skona tan shreya tjeme. Adi isks out tjeme. Como nambo ki wa has it it motion kasha monaka. Haiti nits ashja mo hopa you toti amatak. Haiti nits ashja you ha ni kote has to see kyotro over. Go with so many kaitra jimatak. Go with so many kaitra ya kitoas chani. Ho na el you tail set. Adi ho tse ninya tikot shona tani shreya tjeme sao tjeme. Rahe na pastiko. Sko chatinis ay tjeme. Ko shamisko wa ho na ota. Adi isk ho pasuta sao tjeme. Isk ho pasuta. Nai watse. Go amono tsoto. Yo ko ni hea yo totra out. Atiskashan. Titsiko ni nyeya napsto. Adi na pastiko shreya tjeme ko tis audio. Ho so mena tekom ko te kamo sheta wa marsh ian satishko houses ian itro which ni. Good morning. My name's Raymond Aguilar Jr. from Santo Domingo, Pueblo. The former lieutenant governor from my community, and now you're our area vice president for the Southwest region for National Congress of American Indians. Good to be here. Beautiful people, right? As Yate means beautiful people. I am happy to join the Native American Church of North America. Peyote practitioners of the Navajo Nation and the good people of Indian country who still practice ceremonial, spiritual, religious, and traditional beliefs. That says a lot. You know, I'll tell a little bit about our Pueblo country. Pueblo Revolt. How many of you heard of the Pueblo Revolt? 1680, since first contact, just like the Navajo Nations. We have battled since first contact with Europeans in our area. Spanish have been there since systematic trying to kind of eradicate our traditional beliefs, as we're talking about today, traditional and cultural beliefs. They've been trying for those years. Pueblos, 19 Pueblos have fought in that Pueblo Revolt to keep that traditions alive. How you Navajo Nation, you have your Hogans, your traditional cultural sites. We have our kivas and we have our plazas that we continue practicing our religious and traditional cultures to this very day. It's the same that we're practicing, same thing that we have the foundation that was created before our ancestors. Our ancestors had taught us and told us continue and fighting for that beliefs. We have that in our hearts, in your minds. Our elders taught us that. So we continue moving forward in those efforts. It's always about beliefs. It's always what is in your heart that we carry today. Your foundation in the Navajo Nation, our Pueblo way of life, it's the same. Religious, cultural, advocacy, fighting for what's right. December 6th of last year, 2023, I was in Washington, D.C. with President Biden when he formally announced the affirmation federal trust responsibilities with Native American tribes, and that includes you, Navajo Nation, Pueblo, all around the country. Affirmation that we signed. We gave up our lands for our culture to have those treaties in place. Better health care, education, practice of freedom of religion and culture. Those are all the foundations that we gave up on those treaty rights. It is our responsibility if whether you're a leader, a father, mother, things that you behold in your hearts, we need to continue fighting for that's what is really truthfully ours, right? They owe it to us. They owe it to us. We need to continue fighting for that respect, that foundation that they told us they're going to take care of us, right? Yeah. They told us they're going to take care of us. But it's been a struggle. I have to admit, it hasn't been perfect. But we shouldn't give up. We will never give up. And that's really what we are here today. I want to thank the President, John Brady, did I say that right? Vice President Terry Daesh, Joe Holgate, thank you for inviting me in here. It's an honor. You know, I stand before you as the area vice president for the National Congress of American Indians. I'm not in you're not in my area, but nevertheless, I'm here advocating. And I heard in New Orleans that we did pass a resolution establishing a White House initiative on advancing equity, protection, and preservation of American Indians and Alaska Native religious and ceremonial freedom. We passed it. Former governor from Santa Clara, Michael Cheverria, and the Great Plains region sponsored this bill. So what's next? What happens next? National Congress of American Indians. It's a huge organization, a huge entity that advocates on this type of foundation, this type of beliefs, and certainly supports this resolution. So the big question mark right now, what happens next? Yes, we passed it. What happens next? Well, NCI will certainly support and continue advocating when we're at the White House, when we're talking to our senators, your senators, my congressmen, my congresswomen, advocating that we should not let them forget who we are, where you all come from, your beliefs, my beliefs. That's our job as NCI, is continue advocating those resolutions that y'all passed, that we all passed. Basically, we should never forget where we come from and who we are and what we practice in our way of life. Nobody should tell us what we shouldn't do and what we can do. It's our belief. It's your foundation, my community. We have practices time and immemorial. You have as well. You have your Hogans. We have our Kivas. It's the same. It's the same. What happens inside your Hogans, what happens inside our Kivas, nobody should know about it. It stays within our hearts. It's something that you as fathers, mothers, grandpas, uncles should continue teaching the young ones. We're at the dinner table every evening. If you're the head of the house or the father or mother, talk about those things to your kids. Share those stories that your grandpas and your elders shared with you. That's missing, in my opinion, nowadays. We've forgotten just a little bit. Just a little bit. Because the last generation, they're not speaking the language no more. They're not speaking the language. And whose fault is it? My opinion, it's my fault, not teaching my kids. My kids are half Navajo. My wife is from the Mexican clan, from Loop, Arizona. My mom's from Loop, Arizona. Mother-in-law's from Loop, Arizona. My father-in-law's from Waco. I've been married 24 years. 24 years. Just celebrated our 24 years. So be careful, I can understand Navajo. No code talking, please. It's important. We talk about freedom, religious, but also the language is very important in my opinion. So we all need to do our jobs as fathers, as mothers, grandmas, grandpas, even as uncles. Even if your youngest of the family are know more language than your older ones, it's still your responsibility. So go home today, when you're at the head of the table, where you're at McDonald's or Golden Corral, you're sitting there with your kids, talk in your language. That's where it starts. Practice those dances in your communities. Open up your hearts to your family, to the young ones. Yes, we tell our kids, go out and educate yourself. Go and challenge the white man's world and come home and help your community. It's still the same today, in my opinion. That's what we tell our kids in our pueblos. Go out and get educated and come home and help your people. Continue fighting, advocating. Continue talking your language. Continue stressing how important is Navajo languages for you and my Pueblo way of life, our Keres language. It's important. So if there's anything you can take away from this, inviting me here this morning, is we all need to step up. we all need to continue moving forward, exercise, advocating, believing in ourselves. And it's one thing, foundation is, it's hope. It's hope. Gotta have that belief. With any other religion, it's all about hope, right? It's all about believing. It's all about believing. Your culture, your way of life is just as important as my culture and the other cultures, other Native American cultures. It's about belief. So please continue advocating for what's right. Please continue advocating what's the wrong side of the things. We need to teach our kids that. What's right, what's wrong. As my kids, I tell my kids, here's what's right, here's what's wrong. I'm not going to be with you every day of your life behind you. I just hope as a father that you make the right decision. When you come to that crossroads, when you know it's a wrong thing to do, I hope you make that right decision. But me as a parent, you as elders, you as folks here, Mashikis, continue practicing that. What's right, what's wrong. And just hope that your kids will make that right decision. Honor your kids. Cherish your kids. You know, we tell this story in Santo Domingo, Pueblo. And every year, governors, 19 governors, they come to our community first. And it's culture, and it's time immemorial. Back in the day, when the Spanish were battling the Spanish, when we defeated them, all the governors said Santo Domingo is going to be the headquarters of all the 19 pueblos. If you vision Taos Pueblo way up north, Zuni way down south, vision the body, Santo Domingo is the middle of all the pueblos. The heart of all the 19 pueblos is Santo Domingo. Wherever you come from, wherever you go back to, your heart's in that Hogan. Your heart's in your culture. Please, please continue fighting for your culture, fighting for your freedom, fighting for where you come from and who you are. Continue that. Again, my name's Raymond Aguilar Jr. from Santo Domingo Public. I will make myself available. If there's any other questions for me, I want to be here for you. It's not about I, it's about we, right? It's about we. It's not about me. It's not I. We all need to continue working together. Continue working together. No person can do it by himself. You all need to work together. We all need to work together. So if there's any questions, comments, please come up to me, or you can ask me right now. Again, thank you, President, Vice President. Ryan, thank you for the opportunity of being out here with you guys, and I appreciate harsh me mota me ko me ka di ka ki me nyeo ko me nyeo cha adi e ani sota ni stio sho cha yo ko ni he ya was ka wa cha chi mata na pas a tsemo ko ya se ki so tro wa cha he na sha me ko ni nyeo cha se ko adi no a se ka yo ko ti si ko di nyeo nam so na pas ho che ni ko tra adi so me na kai tra te ko me ko te kam ka shi ia ti sko ka it's e ni tro tra. Thank you, bro. Go ahead.
This time I'll turn this time over here to our Vice President, Mr. Holgate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, appreciate it, brother, your inspiration, your encouragement, and what have you. I'd like to thank Justin Jones, my brother, for setting this place up for us to be here with the San Juan College and the people there, or the oversights on them. Thank you very much. And again, also the executive officers, and thank you for promoting Terry to Vice President. And I'm the delegate for New Mexico now, which is good. You know, I stay home. I keep the home fire burning.
Okay.
I let the president do all the, you know, things like that. And also my nephew over here. Believe it or not, I'm an elder here. These are all my nephews, young nephews. but they kind of look a little, okay, great, yeah. But thank you again. So having said that, one of the, also the audience, each and every one of you, our veteran right here, Arthur Hardy, my brother John Batsuhi here, Avery, my brother Leo Barton too. Although each and every one of you, Ralph Lee Jr., Senior is one of the first one that started these things. Again, yeah, without saying any further to do, one of the initiative I have in keeping the home fire burning is trying to get the indigenous people, and a small token, you know, your tribe and our tribe, our people, we all use sacred stones for offering and stuff like that. So I'd like to kind of present this with you, and the prayers and stuff like that. And I hope you have some gas money going home.
Thank you.
Brother.
Thank you.
We'll know each other that way. And thank you for the National Congress of American Indians. And our goal is to get all our indigenous relatives together in these United States, and also the relatives from the First Nations. And there's some down in Mexico also. They want to be part of this. And thank you. What he said, it's ours, indigenous. That's the last thing we have. This Western culture, these people, they took everything away. Even our name, you know. I wish I had a hair bun like some of you have. They took that away from me. So, but language is our bond to the earth and who we are. Again, Mr. President, a great individual, Mr. Red Cloud, they gave him a new name, Red Eagle. They already say that's also a sacred object, sacred entity. So thank you, brother, for being here. New Mexico, thank you for hosting us here, Delegate at Large, and also the state of Arizona Delegate at Large, Clifford Thomas and my auntie right there, they're here. So, and anyone besides Utah and other folks around. Thank you again, Mr. President.
All right, let's give that presentation a good round of applause there with good vibes and energy. So we'll go on down to the definition of ceremony, the language, and ERFA. So Dr. Avery Denny, the president of the NACNA Association. Turn this time over to him. I want to say thank you, Mr. Denny, for all the goodness that you do, presentations, your good education to all the students, and all your prayers and all that you do is appreciated. You know, so I'll turn this time over to him. So while he's kind of making preparation, you know, don't forget to sign up, and we have the lunch tickets there. And also we have some t-shirts and some stickers back there, all going to our advocating efforts. And keep in mind, good relatives, you know, that this is, you know, something that, that we all are doing on our own. You know, this ain't, you know, something that we have to do, but we want to do because we know all the challenges, you know, that we're facing, and we're just trying to shine light on them in a good, honest way, in a good, humble way. You know, so with that being said, while he's passing some papers out here, and while he's getting his tech, his computer, you know, things ready.
It's okay if I make a quick announcement.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick announcement. Shea Tatnes and Shanash Hachini Bashin She Dashade Hodakonjadashinale. Ado, I'm a co-advisor for Dene College, Azebe Nahaga of Dene College. And we have our students here. If you guys can stand up, thou see, they followed. They came here to support the cause and to learn and about what's going on and be up to date. So we're thankful to be here. Yeah.
Bring in t-shirts. And also they have some t-shirts for sale as well. So help our college students. So at this time, we'll turn this time over to Avery.
Thank you. You guys can all rise and stand up and just kind of move around a little bit and on behalf of me. Not the birthday bill, but me. Is it on there? Is it on there? Somebody's glasses are up here. All right, sit down now. Boss them around here. Yeah. Hello, Yate. Good morning, everybody. Yate, Ben Alex, Badak 8. It's on the HA. I would like to introduce myself by my clan. She Todok Ojit, the Nean Schlido, Totsoni, Bashishin, Tatnes Zahni, Dashichedo, Chanje Kingo, Dashinal, Late Lichin Bagade, Inasha, Topa Haot, and Hol, yeah, at the shit is so Adishia alcohol. So a lot of you probably don't even know where I come from. At the end of the highway, and you go on the BRA road, public school road, and then you get off that road and then go on the Indian trails, the sheep trail, horse trail, and that's where my Hokan is, and that's where I was raised there. So I was raised differently in the 1950 and the 1960 and traditional home. That's where I come from. From my mother and my father, they raised me up. So I'm the original Navajo. I'm the genuine Navajo. So the reason why I'm saying this is I do the traditional ceremony. The 1 night, the 2 night, 5 night, last 8, 9 night ceremonies. So that's the ability that I have. And I never went to college or a university, but I went to school at home in the Hokan. So that's where I was brought up, and that's where I sat down and I listened to the stories, and I learned from my mother and my father. And just only on that education background with traditional knowledge, I ended up and got my job as a professor at Saheli Dinner College. So that's where I've been working for 40 years. I've been working with Dr. Watson Oranian for at least about 30 years, and we were teachers over there, professors. So that's my credential. And I heard a lot of stories, and just mentioned right here about sovereignty and war, invasion, and all of the historical trauma and all the lessons that we've learned from out of that. So, yes, we come through that, all of you. All of us are victims of that. And we are the second and the third generations of that. So we're treating that today in our medicinal medicine like that. So, and this morning I was sitting there listening, and this memory or this short story I'd like to mention. In around about 1863, our people was taken down to Fort Sumner. So it was like a death warrant. So we're not supposed to come back from there. We're supposed to be relocated someplace, and there's no language for relocation in our language. Relocation means to disappear and vanish forever. But in May of 1863, General Sherman came to the prison camp, and he stepped off the stagecoach, and before he went into the office, because he's been replaced, and he's the new general there, and he said, "Go get me the chief." So they did. They brought Barbacito in there to sit down, and they sat there, and they had a conversation there. So the idea that the government was proposing is that we were going to go to Kansas, Oklahoma, or other places like Florida. But then they're having a conversation. They're sitting there, and they had a dialogue. They're talking there, and the general realized that through that conversation that the Navajos are a nation, a native Indian tribe nation. So then he said, why do you want to go back to your homeland, the sacred mountain you mentioned? And the chief said, because that's where we come from. We need to go back over there. Speaking native through translators and interpreters. But anyway, the general sat there and said, you are a nation and you have your own sovereignty. So we cannot give you that. Because you can speak your own language. Because you can do your own ceremony. You have a belief. So there's an you have your own medicine, your own education, your own healing. And you are a nation like that. So you are a nation and you have a sovereignty like that. So through that understanding, I believe you have every right to go back to your homeland. So our culture, our language, our ceremony, the place that was given to us by the Great Spirit is within these sacred mountains, these valleys, where all these medicinal plants and all our ceremonies, where we do our prayers and all of that, you need to go back over there. So, it was our culture, it was our language, it was our belief, it was our ceremony that set us free from relocation. And the white man, the government, they saw fit to see that. And as that conversation was, in 3 days, the signing of the treaty was signed. So that's the reason why we come back. After 100 years, 150 years, we're here. So we just have so little of our culture left. And we are not really learning that. That's where I come from. I'm the president of the NACNA, the association, and I challenge you to all learn how to sing a blessing song today and tomorrow, to do each citizen, learn how to do that, and be chanters and be hatalis. And that's where I'm going to say, we have our own ceremony, traditional, just like the way it says that. Navajo traditional ceremony. We have that. So that will be my opening remark for that, and then see that. And it's a nice drawing about telling story about sharing to the young children. All these symbols that are up there, they pertain to Hatal Nahaga. That's who we are first. That's who we are. And that's where we come from. And I see in this audience and all you individual, where you all call yourself home, where you come from your ancestral land, from your great-great-grandfather, great-great-grandmothers, where they live and how they were raised and where they come from. And everyone out of that, they hold that medicine bundle, zesej, and they have the 1-day ceremony, the 2-day ceremony, the 5-night ceremony, and Nahast Eitle Hathal. And we all come from that Hogan, believe it or not. That's our root is, that's where our fire is. And every time you put up teepee, every time you put up that fire, that is that same fire. And we surround it, and that's where we come. And the herb that you use, the medicine, the Peyote sacrament that you use, the sage that you use, comes from our land where we live, and it was put here for us way before we come into this world. And we came to it, we come upon it, and the Holy Spirit, they are the ones that said, here, use this. This is good for you. This is going to educate you. It's going to heal you. It's going to help you, like that. So that's what we represent, and that's what we are concerned of. That's what we're concerned about too. We're trying to reach out. We're trying to save our ceremony, like that. So, and go to the next slide. So, and I feel like, I have every right to talk like this because of my position as the president of the Natal Association, because I am the voice of that and the nation, because I can say that. I can do that. I can get after you guys too, like that. Like I can take out my whip and spank this birthday boy too right here, if I feel that, like that. He's 66 years old. He needs to be spanked, to go on like that. But I can talk like this and say, like, we have our ceremony. Ceremony. Like in the English land, a ceremony is like a birthday ceremony or some kind of ceremony that they do in terms of ceremony. But our ceremony is ceremony is traditional ceremonial way. It has all the components. It is very complex because there is a process, there is ethics involved in there. So, it was seem like, it's been mentioned from our Pablo relative here that a lot of these ceremonies should be secret because it's sacred. We should not show too much of it. We should not be artistic about it. We're not supposed to put it out in the public for the world to see because it's sacred, it's healing, it's for us. So, like something like, let's say like when you go to a Navajo ceremony in the wintertime and it's at night, a long time ago there was no lights, like light bulb 500 watts. It was done in the dark at night because it's sacred, because it's hiding, it's hidden. Even the little children are not supposed to go over there and see it. Until you mature, that you got properly be initiated to go in there, and then that's when you see what's happening, going on. So, akot ako chito inde ade ha ko she o wazo beta da hachit nito wazo beta de chotlito wazo hi ya he wa iha hodot nit na hadlo. That's what we're doing. We're just kind of like advertising, falsely advertising that we think that it's a show. It's not. It's a healing ceremony. There's that divine presence in their ceremony. We have the stories, songs, and the application. Jocho Eniki is properly utilized like that. So even this ceremony, you can't use it just anywhere. These songs, you can't just sing out in the public. It cannot be taken out of the content of the ceremony. It should be embedded in there all the time. That's when you sing. Not any song too. It then is applied properly to the application is to render that healing properly in a sacred way, in a holiness way. And these apply to in all of our ceremony. And see, a lot of our people don't realize that they've been taken away out of that, removed out of that. So assimilated, acculturated, genocide, colonization. That's what happened to us. So you can actually say, welcome back to your Navajo ceremony. Come back and don't stand outside. There's that door curtain in the front door. It's not even the door, it's a walkway in. And I can assure you that this holy medicine, peyote, is not the only medicine too. There are hundreds and hundreds of other medicinal herbal medicine that grows out there in the wild. And it can be collected properly to be ingested. I know that for the fact that there's this sheet that I pass around. If you look on that paper, it says Navajo traditional ceremonies, hatal, azet cho zad nil, ilko ketlo. And the first block said hojonje. Right underneath there, there's all these bubbles that says achasotizen na ye etne ba se chito ajitneche ado kwage like oliache hojonje. Wow, that many ceremonies, just hojonje. How about hojonje shlatle hatal hatnechna wala chi soje na ini etal at ag How about down there it says not oya pa ache. Over here on this side it says not oya pa kache. Not she eat net inje. Ado it ne neche it el chiche. Ado po hochonjo kimbe hatal it na sheneche hatal. Ado koje ha hoyatke hoyatke bi sella. Ado koje na atikit kinle. Test ado koje nana chishije beneath the gado beneath the soje hosh which now in hosh ben hara ete naje besheje keshkanje azet naskeje ado di kwagation na yahodna azet benakache azet benakache is azet benakache chi azet hina ako aze to ish aze o chish aze no tse dal ye ezat netat hot ago choto hot ago na hanaz la hot ago go and the edge hat hard because says nahast edge hat hard nant je since hat hard to na hat hard ada wo naska hat hard ona jeheko hat hal zilt ichi hat hal shash da san aro kujo ete ne ben chiche ho jone aje na shoi ish na gaje digi bestand aro kujo in the boss says tache sweat house an hi ni tache hodlone chiko aro kujo in the aze ben gaje at ende. It covers all of the azet ben nahagache nigo at ende ahat ne at so bi sella at so azet be hokar be so de zend the hodlo be yin the hodlo ni hiche the nechik eko ekot and leil akogo. And then some of our own people, they say that about me especially. Every day, he's not supposed to talk in this place right here among this decriminalization peyote. I run peyote means. I ingest that medicine to help pray and sing for help people like that. So what I change? There's nothing wrong with it to utilize all kinds of ceremony that applies to peyote and other indigenous medicine. Art in hot and lila. Sa in lenigi lenigi art so plants, herbal plants. Now kegon the other category right here is our food source. That we eat, we plant, grow. Some of them, they grow wild. They are native food that we collect and consume. The third category is the medicine that our animals consume, insect, all other life forms they consume to survive. They rely on it. The fourth one is the one that is poisonous, dangerous. Yi yato bahatzita. And believe it or not, at one time, this peyote was in there at that dangerous herbal medicine. Until they said, the holy people, ha the dale big itotil, not the dole, cheneto il, hajo be yel and aliago, a cocho idol, hajo, to use it so that we could learn how to speak our own language. It's going to be a tool to be re-educated, to come back into our own home, to come back into our own traditional ways of life, so that we could learn to identify ourselves properly in the Navajo way or other tribal ways that we are affiliated with that. To lead us back into our traditional ceremony, to lead us back into and find that. The fifth one, they're out there to make clean air and to take care of the environment, to keep it clean. And those are the 5 categories of these plant sources. So I'm educating you. And out of the ancient ceremonies, they come in from all the previous world. All that's listed on this symptoms that are treated, prescribed properly, referrals that are made. The traditional healing ceremony, all these herbal plants, they or administer or the application to correct physical immobility, spiritual realignment, readjustment, treatment for healing, applications, or they have all specific. They have their protocol. Hashint out a collected and used. One person to use it. After you use it, you take it back and you're all done with it. But there's reverency. If you don't collect it properly, it's abusive. So, a cup of water in a shell cup or turtle cup, beyond the top is zido, or just a pencil, could be jar. Lebik in the Haraki edeya. The patient edeya uses it because he's the only one that's, or she's the only one that's needing the medicine in the traditional ceremony. Edeya could used with native names when collected. Bijit the hodlo. Bijin is do gratlo, di bijel is do lilo. Ado kodo in the do yel bin ye chido elite. How it's going to be applied for the individual by clan is mentioned, by name is mentioned, and is prepared and taken back to the home into the ceremony, and that's how it's more for that personal use only. That's the way that traditional knowledge, that's how it's applied. A proper offering, mixed and ready, like that. So the next one is just to show you what is a ceremony. Hathal Nahaga is. And this is just one. So we wrote that down. The holy way, because so unless Albert Johnson, he's my dad. The grandfather, Ben Nalanda, is Harvey Johnson, or Yende, Ado Sweetwater, only look at you, Asahat Hase, Ado Kaja is given not a Baha Dalia, a Wilson Daikate, a other grandmother, a Aji la Shin, so a other had Halligan lays the Lichinjo, E Yahake, a Lashin Hatal, de Nehyaja. Diego, and has eight hatal, Shajato e yet hatalo. Adokoja etchani yaja, Dalia ade hatal yet disliki, e de bigito, Nike Nahaga, Niki hatal, not Oyaja hatal, it age hataliki, e ade dan iki dat, Ella, and a bahosanico, Sella, Sendant, Igi Chishbenaharato, e kodat, e kogo, e did e. In 2-night ceremony, could you go to consecrating the ceremony? On the first night, on the first night. It's done on the fourth night. Those are procedures that's done. Aron the odds is so the Haraki send out the look every day from first day, second day, third day, fourth day, last 8 every day. Aron na in Nihiki, Aron quite a chitated Chaki, Aron could na in Nihiki, Yale at Naki, Aron Taki see but Bachingo, Aron could Ika. Edit so quite na Haraki edit or Ketnanston. A slightly had hard away did the legend. Last 8 had hard go endle, but Gito, Ado could you eat the first, the last 4 days, e kakich and that's it. Ado could the and Kako not eat chicken lady, so there's another hiki and lady. What are Ketnanston? I don't know how to talk, but jingo, but go get the all night saying, no how to talk at dawn procedure, the Hadlon lot argo. A all ye, Nahara, Hatal, and Saki, a hot argo. These are called ceremonies. It's very complex. Akogo. Di de bani do. Di de do benahoidil as do. Right now, there are only 24 ceremonies that left traditional ceremony. Just last weekend, we lost another Hathatli over there in Nazlini area, Wood Spring. The week before that, a month ago, and when we lose these practitioners, they take all that knowledge. It's like erosion. It's lost forever. No way to retain that. It's lost forever. We lose that knowledge. So we can't say we used to have a ceremony. We have all this time to learn, to renew it, so that we could have it, to preserve it, to protect it, to shield it, so that we could learn it. So a little boy that's only 5 years old can learn how to sing the blessing we song easy. Learn how to pray easy, using the native language. I guess and I suppose that after we turn 21 years old, it gets real complicated to learn the Navajo way. I don't know. But that's the way we need to do that too. The next slide, all indigenous plants are planted at the creation. So we are instructed on hipehonil zendodil, on hinihilpeho zendodil. So other bachagato, tadatin bachichi, other ebichahatsi, other chichi. And protocols, laws are already in place. You go to where it's growing. Ceremonially, you're moving about in a ceremonial way. You bless the Hogan walls and then you collect it and bring it back to the Hogan where you started it. When you go collect these ceremonial herbal plants, you can't go to the Walmart, or you can't go shopping at the mall, or you can't just visit around until you get there and fix it. On your way back, when you get that medicine, you don't go shopping or you can't do anything. You got to be reverent, you got to be holy, and you come back over here. You come back like that. And we are instructed by our elders, yes. So that's the way we learn, and that's how we know it, and that's how we share it to our children. So do not mess around with it. You can't just, you don't feel obligated, and you don't have the privilege to do anything stupid with this ceremony and with these medicinal herbal medicine. We cannot be the enemy to nature. We cannot be the enemy to our own herbal plants. We cannot go and harm it. Ako di yinko brought into Nahaga, into the ceremony center, and we are not to sell. And really, you know, like through our intellectual property, na hat ne tin hin Nahaga, di bahani zendo, di ni yo ot ni do di ni yin. Yeah, because in Navajo culture, we are like that. Because the Peyote culture, it's sort of different, right? We wear it every day. We wear the colors and we kind of advertise it. Even though I have a piece on, I haven't revealed it yet, so I'm still covering it up. And then I have my headband for a purpose because I'm going to stand in front of you and share this with you. And that's my presence there. And I have my tatatin too, which I didn't show you. Because it's sacred to me. Because that's my mind. That's my heart. That's my whole body. I don't show it in public. That's when I take it out and that's when I use it. Only at that time. Just imagine that if we lose everything, like if the white people patent something like this, there goes our ceremony. There goes our medicine tools. And we already, it's going to be so easy that we're going to lose our language because we're already losing it. So we have to be intelligent. We have to think like this. It's going to be gone. We're going to lose it. Ako ni benahaya onaz na lole. Ako ni jisha onaz na lole. Ako ni leo je kaita. Hey, you can't pick those. You got to pay for it. Nikit it no. Hashit edole. We can't be like that. Ebenina. We have to learn to be careful with it. We have to learn to preserve it, protect it. We have to learn not to show it. Even though we are the best of the best, but we have to come back and not be advertising like that. You sit there, get off social media. You sit there, get off Facebook and not show your drum. Show pictures, artwork, feathers. Take it down. Because we are not the only ones that's watching it. The whole world is watching it and what we're doing. And we are advertising it to sell it, right? No, we're not selling it. We're just stupid and dumb. So we need to come and have that realization and say, whoa, I'm doing something wrong. We have to admit that we're doing something bad. And we have to realize that. So any medicine, herbal plants, we abuse it, it will not come back. These medicine, these plants, if we talk to it, we know that they can hear us, right? So then if we abuse it, they know it's being abused. So if we don't do it right, if we don't use it the right way, they can go away, they can hide. But and we always say stories and hear stories that na kego ni yolso aroti do honde diginde ne banche bichan holo biyele on the bahund sha hot en abi rahage indo bi rahage holo. They have the power to release that, unleash a power that could be allergy. It's going to harm us. It's going to hurt us. They can go someplace else, they go someplace else because they're intelligent and they're wise. A con a child the hadlon de conte like that. We always hear that. They don't grow there no more. Because we are intruding in that sacred environment. And we just take it and collect it, and we just are wasteful. Yes, this manifest destiny for money, hunger. That's what it is. It's hurting us. So there are non-believers out there. They're out there to make money off of something that is sacred. And they want to make money out of it. And we have to stand there and say no. We have to say the prayers and put these prayers like as a fortress around us, so they don't have access to us. Like that. That's what ceremony is. That's what sotism is. To use it to protect ourselves. Because we have to defend ourselves and our sacred ceremony and sacred livelihood. So protect our lives. So and to be original, to be native, and all of that. So, and I'm going to close here. Thank you very much. Hey, brother, uncle, that's all.
All right, a good war hoop, a good round of applause, of appreciation. So I know everyone's getting hungry here. Our sister there and nephew are going to be passing out the lunch tickets, but before we break for lunch, we just want our legal rep, counsel, to summarize what you've heard up until this point from our Raymond and Wilson, and then from those that in Avery. He just wants to summarize real quick, good relatives. And then we'll have some lunch.
Yat Shik Edo, Nedal Kahasni, Lono, Lenigi, Arnoldsko. Bedak Egit Argo. Shady, but Ahnidon Enschle, Tratnes Zahnebashin, Kinlichi Nedash Shadow, she had a Shinale. Yat Hidini Dolis, Arnoldsko, Quagget, Hotra, Holyeg, and Rais of Chrysle, Aro San Juan College, Quede, Ultra Linibel. According to the Summit American Indian Religious Freedom Act, there's the Peyote, medicine, ceremony, and sovereignty. That's what the title and the theme of our gathering of this summit here today. How do you come up with these themes? That would be a question, and it was even a question that was posed earlier today. So on your agenda, you had 3 presenters thus far. You have my grandfather, Dr. Araniath, and then the gentleman from the National Congress of American Indians. Nice to meet you, pleasure to meet you, honor to meet you today. As well as my son, Dr. Avery Denny. My grandfather, Shachain Linigi, he started the morning talking about Azehina, Bistin, Benchetiyin, Bebe Naot, Bebe Hadast Naolni, Be Hodloniki, and distinguish that and told us that E Ahdeshne Mescaline. Mescaline. So there's a message that's there. And then the gentleman from NCAI also, Mr. Aguilar, he talked about something really distinct and very fitting here.
with this whole gathering. He talked about sovereignty. He talked about language. He talked about culture. He talked about our identity. He talked about all of these fundamental things that define sovereignty. This is what defines sovereignty. Here in this United States of America, among a lot of our Indian nations, we're still under the belief that the federal government gave us sovereignty. They did not do that. The federal government did not say, here, Indian nations have sovereignty. It was actually the federal government in the United States Supreme Court cases way back in the 1800s that wrote opinions and said, you are inherently sovereign. They acknowledged our language. They acknowledged our ceremonies. They acknowledged our traditional protocols. They acknowledged that already back in the 1800s. So that acknowledgement already took place. And we come thus far, 2024. In 1994, which I will elaborate upon here later in my presentation, they inserted very simple language into the American Indian Religious Freedom Act in the amendments. What they inserted into the law, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act Peyote Amendment, is pretty much a one-sentence insertion that they did. They said, you have to be a member of a federally recognized tribe to ingest, transport, and possess peyote. But you have to use it in a bona fide ceremonial setting. That's key here. It didn't say religion. It said ceremonial setting. Number two, second round, the federal government recognized our sovereignty again in just a simple sentence that says, in a ceremonial setting. So in the 1800s, they acknowledged it already for us. I thought no, 1994. To say ceremonially again. So today we have that already. It's already here. So it distinguished it to say that we are inherently sovereign. So this peyote is already distinguished as inherently sovereign. De et an hinche as that. Adot shuinos enigit aogogo. Ado pe sotos zenigit aogogo. Ado senbe hotcha ligit aogogo. Ado nahagape akot abigit shuinos enigit o an he jen hitet I. Ni hite igisidon hitet ita. No an akot aogo igisto. So based upon that, today, why are we talking and acting like it doesn't exist? Why are we talking and acting like we feel like we have to get permission from the federal government to pray and sing however way that we want? Why are we afraid today? Why is it that we're afraid today to even pass a simple resolution by our tribal government to say, we do not support decriminalization and mescaline and peyote? Why is it that it's so hard to say that? So it doesn't make any sense. So the finding today is that we don't even know what in the heck we're talking about when we say azib bin haga. So we have to come back down to the basics here. We have to define ceremony back to one another. Some of our people, they believe that peyote is the only ceremony that's there. No, it isn't. There's a whole slew of ceremonies that we have, just like the Santo Domingo brother here, he talked about that. They have their own kivas, they have their own societies that they have over there. That was there from time immemorial, just the same way that my son Avery talked about today. That has been always there. But the concept of ceremony, the concept of that, is that we've always had that. So, we have to educate one another. We have to tell one another that this is a ceremony. What is the definition of ceremony? What are the protocols of ceremony? What are the parameters of ceremony? What are the disciplines and rules and regulations of a ceremony? Number one, I heard it from Mr. Aguilar today, and I heard it from Mr. Denny today. It's supposed to have been secret. Yes. It's supposed to have been behind closed doors. It's supposed to have been like that. But today, it's not. So now you have interest from overseas. We have requests even through the internet. The NACNA Association gets requests almost every month to say, hello, I'm from Germany. I would like to learn the Blessing Way ceremony. Where do I sign up? And how much does it cost? So the concept of the fact that this medicine, this ceremony, our ways of life was only meant for us, was only meant for us and continues to be just for us, doesn't seem to click with a lot of people. I can understand if non-Indians are saying that, but when we have our own people opening the kivas, opening the hogans, opening everything else of the whole world, now we have a problem. Because it's allowing now the federal government to think twice about this whole concept of sovereignty. Think about it. There's another angle that the federal government is looking at, the dominant society, that, hey, we have something here. Number one, bing, the dollar sign. We have something to make money off of here. And I really have to agree, because that has been my language for the past, I don't know how many years now. That's been my testimony at Washington. That's been my testimony. I even use it in the courts to argue cases today. This ceremony, this medicine that we have, these prayers and songs that we have here today, this is our last bit of sovereignty that we have. This is the last one. And by golly, you are not going to take it. I'm going to make sure that you're not going to take it. You've done messed around with our language. You've done taken our land. You've done just about everything that a person that could do to a whole race of people. But not this prayer, not the song, not these herbs and ceremonies and our protocols and our procedures. What defines who we are? Our language is still here. That's where we're at today. That's what this is all about. It's not about just who's part of what organization or who doesn't have a membership card or this and it has really nothing to do with that. What this has to do with is our sovereignty, because we spent so many years talking about just peyote. But guess what? Peyote is only one medicine. We have hundreds of medicines that we have. We have lots of ceremonies. We have a whole slew of our tribal identity that's there. That's what we're fighting for. So when you think about it from that angle, we're talking about the survivability of our nation into the next 100, 250 years down the road. That's what we're talking about. If you never thought of it like that, bing! That's what this is all about. So back to the theme, we have to come back down to ground zero, to begin to educate one another about ceremony, about sovereignty, about medicines, about our protocols and procedures, because it has everything to do with sovereignty. That's why this gathering, and it has everything to do with the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. It was passed in 1978. The initial American Indian Religious Freedom Act was passed in 1978. The original law that's there talked about everything. Because of what happened in the state of Oregon, which created a legal process that ended up at the United States Supreme Court in Smith versus Oregon State Employment. It had really nothing to do with the usage of peyote, but it had everything to do of whether or not the federal government was true to its word. That its law, United States Constitution, covers everybody equally. That their First Amendment rights, the freedom of religion, the freedom of the Establishment Clause, which I'm going to cover today, if that's very true and it was tested, and what, under the opinion of Scalia, the United States Supreme Court said, you, Mr. Smith, you were terminated from your employment because you used peyote. The federal government cannot really protect you. We can't really protect you because it's not part of the rights and privileges of the federal government in the United States Constitution. That was what happened. So because of that, Congress came in and said, as the third branch of government, as the legislative branch, said, no, we're going to make a law that will make us federal government true to our word, true to our law, that we do cover everybody equally. So that's how the amendment came to pass. So now, today, we have issues that are beginning to stir around and stir up here. So in either to address that, in either to circumvent that, in either to say, hey, Tito, the federal government, the dominant society, corporate America, you cannot come here and do that. This is who we are. You cannot manipulate that. You cannot sell that. It's interesting. We are very vocal to those people, the federal government, the corporate America. We are vocal to that, no questions asked. Washington, that's what we're saying. But the crazy thing of it here today is the fact that we get criticized, Native American Church of North America, because it's not true. I often say, Show me the video reel where we said that so-and-so is this way. This organization is this way and that organization is that way. Where does it say that? I challenge you. Give me that video roll. I want to see it. I say that because we're transparent. We're on Facebook Live right now. Cue it up. I want to know where it is that John Brady said so-and-so's this way and that way and that way. It's never been said. Taka. So where does this come from? Now, I can tell you where it's at from what I've said against corporate America, of what I've said against those leaders in Washington that manipulate federal law to manipulate tribal interests. I'll be the first to admit that, because that's my language today. That's my position today. And I make no qualms about it. So, so in either to reproach that and then either to get to those people that are that way, that are non-Indian, let's get our house in order here. Let's educate ourselves to successfully and effectively say something. We got to know what we're talking about too. So if we don't even understand our own ceremonies and we're still under the belief that the federal government gave us sovereignty, we have a problem. This is not going to be the only time we have a series of events that we have planned in either to do this. One of the primary issues that seem to be lingering, and you probably don't even have no idea that this is going on. No idea. It seems so non-issue. It's a non-issued. Oh, I don't linda na hadlin she. Oh, it's this. But Khajopis there's kwebes ani just we're getting to have a problem here. And I'm going to cover that, but I'm going to kind of summarize it for you. I'm going to cover it extensively. In February, we were in Washington again. We were told in one way or another that any policy coming out of Congress or even the executive branch, the president's office, we're going to have to second guess that now. We're going to have second examination of that. That says and funds the protection and preservation of medicines and ceremonies. Because guess what? The federal government is beginning to scheme again. They're saying that we don't want to do policy or even the protection and preservation of medicines because we feel that we're violating the Establishment Clause of the United States Constitution. We feel that the government is endorsing Native American Church. Think about it. Think about it. You don't have to be a lawyer to say, hey, whoa, stop. Did you just say that you don't want to fund and create policy to protect and preserve peyote and ceremonies and languages and everything else? Because you feel that the government's endorsing a religion? By the way, Washington, by the way, read the law. You already inserted the language of ceremony in 1994. Remember? We need to begin to argue that. We need to begin to realize things like that. My gosh, they could do so much damage to us by just that. So it behooves of us. This is a serious matter. It's just not a Native American church issue. It's just not a ceremonial issue. What if they deem funding to tribes and they begin to say that this is this is for religious purposes, so we can't do that, so we're going to cut back some things here. It involves the survivability of our tribal nations. This is a serious matter. So, meanwhile, over here, we're bickering over what organization we belong to. We're bickering over who doesn't have a membership card. We're bickering over this and that. Think about it. And those of you that are listening on Facebook, look at the parameters of both issues. So not just to begin to talk about it or just talk about it, we have plans and initiatives that we can demonstrate and point to and show you a piece of paper that says this is what is being done about it, this is what has been done about it, and this is what will be done about it. If you have your agendas, there are little things in the back. Point your cameras to those things. There are hundreds of documents that's going to come out on your camera. They have the law in there, they have resolutions in there, they have all sorts of things that are in there. That's what they're there for. We're also saving trees too. So that's what is behind this summit here today. Anybody can walk in and sit in here. You're all welcome. Anybody's welcome here. You don't need a membership card to be sitting here either. Anybody can be here. That's what Native American Church of North America is about. So, and I thought it was very fitting today. We talk about our ceremonial ways. We talk about different things. Just like here, our NCAI brother here, he did a prayer, he made an offering. That's his Pueblo procedures and protocols that he does. And we saw that he didn't have to ask permission because he's free to do that. Just like we're free to pray and sing. My Segi over here, my uncle, Rusty Kozad, he came over here with his drum. He sang some songs. That's his Kiowa heritage. That is his Kiowa protocols and procedures. So they're all integrated here. We're all integrated. We talk about ceremony. Then you have some people that are out there that have convoluted minds, I guess, and say, what are you guys doing with a powwow over there? Educate yourself. My gosh. This is what we're talking about is ceremony. We're talking about the moccasins that you wear. We're talking about the necklaces that you wear. We're talking about the paint that you wear. We're talking about the feathers, headdresses that you have. That's what we're talking about here. So we need to get out of this ignorant minds that seem to be prevalent out there. We need to get out of that. If that's where, then stay over there. You're quen dan hinosla. Ajat kahanda dos atata handa dos kas kwege. If you want to do that, stay over there. In another language, they call it a cult. Stay with your cult over there. We'll pray for you though. We have something that we're talking about concerning our children here. Concerning this child that's going to grow up in the next 20 to 50 to 75 years. That's what this is all about. And sadly enough, I'll speak for my tribe, this should be an initiative at the highest level of our government. This should have been an initiative at the highest level of the Navajo Nation Council and the Navajo Nation President's office. But it's not. That's what makes it sad. So, but we're not going to stop and just sit on the side and just throw eggs. We're going to get into the mix and say, let's do something about it. I'm not going to wait. We're not going to wait for you to try to figure out whether you're going to have a day off on eclipse or not. We're not going to wait for you. We're going to do what we need to do. And I'm glad over 100 people are here today. And I'm glad that you all made your way over here to listen to these things. So I wanted to summarize why we have these two presentations here in the morning session here. Because that was the whole intent behind all of this. And I'm glad that my grandfather, Wilson, and my son, Avery, and brother over here from NCAI came over here to really say the same thing from different angles. So I wanted to summarize that, and I believe that you have, if you got a lunch ticket, then if you go out this door here, go to your left, there's a cafeteria over here. They have it all set up for you. So you can get your food over there, and then you can get your coffee, there's some sodas, other things over here. Then we're going to take a short break, then we're going to resume again.
Relatives, I thank everyone for being here once again on behalf of the summit. You know, like we said earlier in the morning, you know, this was something to shine light on our ceremony, on our sovereignty, and all the laws that we're governed by. You know, so to American Indian Religious Freedom Act, Peyote ceremony, sovereignty. So we'll go on down. I hope you guys enjoyed the lunch. Say thank you all for I know we have 150 tickets, so it's kind of basically how much people we had here. So, and our treasurer is on his way, and we try to take care of that in a real nice way. Just a token of appreciation for each and every one of you for taking time out from your home fires to hear what we have to say as the national organization here. So we'll go on down to the legal issues. We'll go to Justin Jones, our general counsel of NACNA. You know, going to shine light on peyote, muscaline, on the legal implications, establishment clause, constitution, and our sovereignty, tribal consultation, and the law, and the coalition of tribal governments. So I turn this time over here. I appreciate our Justin for all that he's been doing. You know, like I said earlier, you know, he shines light on different avenues and different angles, you know, for us as Native people, how we think and, you know, how we feel. I know sometimes some of the words are a little bit too fancy for some of us. You know, he kind of dissects it and brings it down to our grassroots level, you know, so that's what I really like about him and Mr. Wilson and our brothers there. So I thank everyone. And also we have different individuals You know, this gentleman here, he's part of the Lakota Project. He works for PBS, and he wanted to interview some of you good relatives. So if some of you could, we're going to kind of shine light on some of the ones in here with a lot of good, wise encouragement. You know, so, and then I just want to thank some of the relatives that we encouraged to have prayer meetings this weekend. And the Ben, you know, our brother Denton, Ben, you know, he took it upon himself and, you know, to collaborate and to unite different relatives to pray for the cause of preservation and pray for this medicine and pray for all our endeavors here as Native American Church, whether you're affiliated or not with the national organization. You know, we're all praying to the same good spirit of this medicine, the peyote. You know, and we all know that's the scientific word, you know, how they classified it. But to us, we have a unique way of saying it, you know, this holy medicine. You know, so I just want to say thank you to Mr. Ben and all the ones that are going to, the roadmen and all the helpers, the drum chief, the cedar chief, the fire chief, and the water woman, and then all the relatives. You know, so I'm really glad and happy about that. And then different chapters from different areas and Canadian provinces, you know, they took it upon themselves too to pray for the cause in a way that the good Lord will direct us and open some more opportunities and shine light on areas where it might need some strengthening, might need some good support and some good blessings. So with that being said, you know, turn this time over here to our legal counsel. You know, I know he's very instrumental of this organization here. So it kind of really makes a lot of sense, you know, in a kind of basically common sense leadership. You know, we sometimes a lot of man-made energy, you know, comes around and kind of causes a lot of kind of confusion and things like that. But if we just keep it simple, you know, just keep it, you know, basic, you know, we could go a long way and we could do wonderful things, you know, because that's what we want for our children and our grandchildren that are coming up, you know. So I know Justin, our brother, was just here a minute ago, but, you know, we want to shine all the goodness upon the efforts here, 2024. So Justin Jones.
Do you need this at all, or are you going to hold it?
No, I think I'm just holding it.
Okay.
You can connect the screen to your laptop. That way you can run everything through here. So you do that.
Yate, Nana, Shikei, no Lenigi. Good afternoon. Ashinte ya Tochina Kado, Kadoshina Dolis. Ako Yate, Anosco. Aro endeta ya Sashi endetan hisokaito. We certainly do have probably, because we had 150 tickets for lunch, and we gave them all out, and then there are still some more. So thank you for making your way over here today, even though it's on a Friday. Ado kweben yeho agido, the purpose and the reasoning for our gathering here. I want to say thank you here to the organization, Native American Church of North America, Incorporated, a nonprofit 501c3 organization. And then The organization is going to be celebrating its 75th anniversary this coming June at the annual convention at the Omaha Indian Nation Reservation, Macy, Nebraska. And it certainly has been an enjoyable time, at least with me, working on something that is so dear and precious to your heart, mind, soul, and spirit. And I never imagined that I would be doing such work when I went to law school. And when I got out of there, I was working with other problems and trying to resolve them, spending lots of hours on it. So one day, about 3.5 years ago, my brother calls me and said, "Hey brother, I need your help." And I thought about it, and then it was really my sister, his wife, Rebecca Tukey, because her and I and her mom and her dad and her siblings and the people that she comes from, the Second Fox people, they're, in a way you could say they're my people too. She was the one through that relationship that we made. She would say, "Hey brother, we need your help." And so that took me over the top, and I said, "All right, Abiga." So we started working together through that good relationship, through this peyote, of all things. Our folks made, my dad, and they made years ago. And and one of the unique things I've found about making and doing this work is the fact that when we talk about things, issues pertaining to azehina, when we talk about matters that pertain to azehina, and even our writings, the way that we compose our writings for lobbying, for different things that we put together, that we draft, it certainly is coming from experience and first-hand witnessing what we're talking about. That plays a major role in a lot of the work that we do. If you just hired a lawyer, maybe even so-called high-powered lawyers from DC and this and that, they're going to have to research what a zeh is first. They're going to have to research what a peyote ceremony is first. They have to go through all of this, and still yet, they still will not grasp the concept of this azehina, of this peyote ceremony, or with any ceremony, any native type of a process, they won't grasp it. And that seems to be a lot of our troubles today, the way that we approach a lot of our native issues. But here, it's a different process, because I can stand before anybody and explain just how wonderful and beautiful this peyote is, because I was raised with it. And that my mother says, and she's sitting back there, is that you were in my womb when we were going to meetings with you, your dad and I. That's what her testimony is. Ati a sits ispi hunlo ade e ado aze chuin on hahol jish. Ako epe yaho a aze nlenigi e nlede pe yaho a do ndeta now I'm raising my children within the context of being a peyote Native American church member parent to a lot of my nephews and my nieces. So through that experience, I can tell any leader, I can tell anybody, di ze njonie, di kot isha kosen do di it an si ich kes do di it that makes my work very rewarding. And so through that process, I have gained the appreciation to do legal work on behalf of something that I hold dear to my heart, mind, soul, and spirit today. Is a lot of work that I do and I try to explain. Number two, what that entails to do is that Khodo jo ein le sahilon de sha hot eile. Dirat it ahit diot ana al khahit noda bilgana da khodon da hakato yatalt hile. Aro dit audanal kido da yosenle. Sik dibe has ani ba kha oda edo dagoda ya hat ishit ben da hotist ani da ya da halneo. Akot o khad shi hon jo hot eile. Do wa hazenda. Ako khalet ahisne jo o hot ya you have a question mark. Ado kodo hosna o loslen lego khalet ahisne. Hadile ya holne. Ako kodo di behez anin leni kodo yin shtrao. Ado kodo nat ni hipik edet o thislikit ba hoteshne nsendle. Ni hibik edet o thinligit Ebeni nagot oshi yushin dan agoshin sa chin ketas gizo pita ne tehende aba hazan go ba na hojil ne o kodogo. Joko dige kodot aba hazan git ago ni hibik edet o thinligit ago ba hoteshne. Johot adiban sis kesen letle shik no senegi. Ako John ni hibik edet o thi hokoko. Nihi ade bikit o thi hokoko ba hazaniye be sa'ani tlingle jo hot eile bikah nihin saha keston hin hat agi asahne hilale shana hagada ke ya hat jahada adot diben yana hodi ya no da kwede nat o da dil klab na hesabe ya da title Ado hodo ze chuda josh ito dik at so dzen be sa'dit le shahonen hi otlagi hi lado le kweben ye has anigi ben yet o le shada hijdet nisle eliyek jo ehot etle. It has to take an understanding on your end in either to do a lot and promote and advance a lot of these issues and concepts that we talk about here. You have to understand that. Ako dobik ito thiho go akut hogo go dobik ito thiho go nedugidi thite leho at za go khanne egi yo akone ta nahile dido hot at za khanne egi ado na gizgile ado na gonjile khajoba ne do khwebik di thia edo na kinleda jo di igisi beniga that's the intent. Ako DJ de kat nikhlot hade kat eta to shi ado shi de be khiltahanne na kina khayada. Some of you were here in 2022. We had a briefing. Native American Church of North America had a briefing over here at the Marriott Hotel. We had a briefing there. And that was really the first time that we brought out the concepts of decriminalization. That was really the first time. Some of you heard that. So, sahazli bikedo dato need. Lat ojen nekot yant da akut eosh aha nila da anichitla kohot eshla. That was the feedback that we got from you. Da akut ash aha nila jo adon da yisina hallo that became the conversation, that became the talk of the town. Jo what's that? Decriminalization. No adon nebe ye hilta halnesli. So da hodo need decriminalization will yeheki di it aha ne Dit aha ne jo hotzasli. Ekot ago ya ado andeta ya di kot ehegi to atata na kiskanda. Last week, last year, that ehegi she tati yet dik at the kushi na hepen hi on the shot ehey. Sheta not zete ashhotu. That was our message. It was not, this decriminalization didn't come around yesterday or last year or 2. This thing has been going for nearly 20 years now. Ako diye show hey. Kwe che da dit zle. Jo kwe ba ya da diltke. Jo khone tke heta ado ni kwe de nani tlenigi at Navajo Nation. Ado ne tke heta kwe ge task force ben yeni nil. Ado da in la twin arrows the ba shahazli. Sha an nada khe. So the urgency came about. We got to do something. Hey, Johado needs to lay. The twin arrows, the Baasha Nasli, is the Benahaga of the nation, Dayil, the Banan Sado, Benihit Nahos Naita, Ayo Ahitis Niloben Hitlahos Nae, the D it out, D quit a Koto Nil, Koliado, D it out, the snow quag in Hats Anil Ad. Jo ado ta hotil jiki ek at konzaho ba yat hinle. Akodot akweda desli nidle da huis ago since keda hat ego to the other native nations. They became issues and policies and whatnot, a point of their conversation and concerns. Whether it's in Oklahoma, whether it's in the Great Plains, in the Great Lakes areas, this became the conversation. That conversation, we took that to Washington, D.C., and we made it a conversation to the House of Representatives and the United States Senate, and under the Biden administration as well. Johot ago decriminalization niki khaholji ade ba onnish konzaho bk ikha. The Native American Church of North America, the officers, the affiliate chapters, dik ad kwege dinat anin lenige ye saan le to na kin lengo ye saan le. The officers and the affiliate chapters ye ke naz didota. Jo ado khaholji. Jo ko ita ebahasti dik at about 33 state legislators have legislations that have decriminalization in them. Di as peyote wal yehegi, all hallucinogenics dido that were under the Drug Enforcement Agency Schedule 1. It's no question that di is di the kwegi di ba hotch di do ta no at the kwishi nache. Yeah, netndol sos be hot idole chon idole nahani dole. Johot abe khaot zi hot as ke da nete oh that the nel kreshi sto jo khoti do need it shi do need that's that di do need ba yat chi ta de Oregon ege lastly Colorado that ehda yelanda isli aita akotit ati kodeshida ze on hilchuda is khashi. Can't say it any other way. Jo konde kade donado nihla jo kade kodo be onish diki hot aben anishigi shaho khaz'a bikede do tins eben yet today is my presentation on that hot shike no slinigi. Okay, we have its own. The crazy thing about it here is that this conversation and this debate and unwillingness to understand this. It's an unwillingness. People are not stupid. They're intelligent. but there's an unwillingness to understand this. Or if there's an unwillingness to understand it, you're trying to create confusion. It's an old Belagana tactic. And what I mean by that is that azeh do masculine. There's a debate that's going on, seems to be. We're not debating that. We understood that as Native American Church of North America. We figured this thing out some time ago. And here's the scenario. Some of you probably saw our presentation in October there in the National Indian Education Association. We had a briefing at that time. We were on live with Facebook. That's when we broke the story and we broke the news that there's a scheme that's going on here. It's a scheme. You don't have to be blind or anything. It's the writing's all on the wall here. Don't need. What that is that I'm going to use the California state legislatures. California did not source yahanite. I'm going to make that as an example of what we mean by the scheme. Joanila, peyote, and mescaline. There are some legal implications that are there. Azze kina wal yeheki bistin bench ediyin. Bebe na ot ze behedast na ot lishigi beyo ne ebi se latida. Edots analige eshi dada wat an hiba akonit zindot a akot au yinitla. Akonde dibe has ani yinil tratende jonde e mescaline no kujininla. Nana azze e kujigoninla. Think about it. Dibe legrana at this peyote here, they separated it. The way that we look at it through our native lenses, through our spiritual peyote belief system lenses, we saw that. If we were using our Belagana Western education lenses, science, biology, microbiology, physics, whatever, then we would be blind to it. But when we put on our zehina, our ceremonial, holistic, healing, spiritual lenses, the writing is all on the wall. There is something wrong with this. There is a problem here. So, what did they say? No. Here's the law. This is what it says. This is, I took paragraphs from what the bill said in the legislation. They were telling us, no, peyote is, we're not bothering peyote in Taka'a. Okay. But this is what they were using. Peyote is specifically excluded from the list of substances to be decriminalized, and any cultivation, harvest, extraction, tincture, or other product manufactured derived therefrom because of the nearly endangered status of the peyote plant and the special significance peyote holds in Native American spirituality of a health and safety code makes it a crime. To cultivate it's E kujin danil tsoz. Jun. We're not bothering that. The state of California fully respects and supports the continued Native American possession and use of peyote under federal law, United States Code 1996A. Understanding the Native Americans in the United States were persecuted in their ceremonial practice and use of peyote for more than a century, and had to fight numerous legal and political battles to achieve the current protected status, and the enactment of this legislation does not intend to undermine implicitly or explicitly the status. Sounds wonderful, isn't it? Oh, nilla o azedo yandat e de la shoya nilla o ya okay kushilla. But if you read the law again further, mescaline derived from plants presently classified botanically in the Echinopsis of the Trichocereus genus of cacti, including without limitation Bolivian torch cactus, San Pedro cactus, Peruvian torch cactus, but not including mescaline derived from any plant described in paragraph 15. This is paragraph 15 right here. So they're saying that mescaline, dik ad kojiti Bolivian cactus, do koje khoshtapi yiki beladolish. Digi beladolish. Nebe chuyos indolish oba hotchen, jukade ba hotchen. Yeah, digi kojon dot, ahti mescaline, nigi digi dolish. Akonde, di peyote will get it oba wind, the mescaline be yiki dota, tota. Think about it like this. It's like saying this. Kool-Aid. Dat landigi. Sha Kool-Aid packet as the zonsia. Ado to kwage da saka da Kool-Aid be yatsi sosot a. Ado sugar da sabi j. Ado mix it I sabi j. One red as like kano chitlan la wage. So it's like saying di Kool-Aid, if Kool-Aid was illegal, it's like saying Kool-Aid, they illegal, la akonde. Di Kool-Aid, iki kuje, topi iki edo banet in the dolish, et atiba hotchin dolish. Akonde, kuje, digi ba the hotchin, tota be ya ebe la dolish. Think about it. Water is water, whether you put it into Kool-Aid or whether you put it into other. Water is water, shaniya. Water is what makes Kool-Aid Kool-Aid as a drink. So peyote is still the same. Mescaline is the main ingredient in peyote that gives it that. If there was no mescaline, the federal government would not outlaw or would not make it a crime, a controlled substance. It's not the cover of it. It's not the color of it. It's that mescaline. It's illegal. It's a controlled substance. It's not because it's green or it has that cactus characteristic. It's because of that mescaline. So when we saw this, I said, wait a minute, time out. Why is it that mescaline is over here by itself if it comes from any other substance than peyote? But over here they're telling us with a smile, peyote is protected, don't worry about it. This was the problem and is the problem today. A simple concept like this, it was a scheme. One of the other ways that they put it in the law, it says peyote, meaning all parts of the plant and this and that. But mescaline or related products involved in any way conduct deemed lawful by this section are not contraband. and are not subject to seizure, no conduct seen lawfully by this section shall constitute the basis for detention, search, or arrest, or the line basis for the seizure or forfeiture of assets. Mescaline, if it's not in peyote, go edo arrest hodet old nisla do yaha hodet old isla dona hodet old tlista. Di it out enzo. Native American Church of North America, contrary to, I won't say popular belief, it's only a small number of people that are trying to create that. It was schemes like this by Belaganas that we saw that and said, Dido hot eda. Akosha di mescalinigi kojito. And here's the problem. Last year, to the Governor Newsom in the state of California, veto this because a yeho wando teho one in California John Dale Asho, the governor of California, and his staff saw it the way that we explained it. One of the examples they gave us was that, okay, and it's a very logical reasoning that they had in their veto message is this. If we approve mescaline from these other substances, if that's okay, if we make that legal, but mescaline from peyote is going to be over here, so how in the world are we going to enforce this? So if we stop a person and we found out that they mescaline, we don't even have any testing equipment to tell us that this mescaline is from the Bolivian cacti, or this mescaline is from peyote. There is no way in heck we're going to be doing this. This doesn't make any sense. Those are some of the reasons why. So, that's what it says, the odd. So, obtaining, giving away a lawful possession, that was what their intent was. For people that are only over 21 years old. So one of the questions that they asked again was that, no, but it had to take an education from Native American Church of North America and said, that was the whole intent behind those California legislations, as well as all the other legislations that are in the state governments now. Digi mescalinigi kwege do his anida. Ako deepenina achatne do analieta asha beju. Kwege to explain that concept. Then you have people out there that say you're the one that's separating it. No, like I said, Native American Church from North America did not separate it, nor did they have anything to do with the separation. It's in here. Who is behind this? And I think that my brother Ryan Wilson is going to elaborate on who is behind all of this. So deep has ani mescaline kuje a kotole kuje to tatole. Di peyote pilige to tatole kuje a kotole. But nihikode you need lanigi to big ne dahagit out ope na huit lahagit ago ado chunil enigit a asha nahatle. Di yisibi istin betiye bebe has ani bebe yo ne bebe na ot bebe hedash na ot lishigi ze di ashti ne di banich. Ako tipi khan lehgi belagana anlin to be hedile landaga. To be la dislesta. Benedit asha beju. Johot ago. That's the whole movement. Akot au aha netide. Ako ho. Nana tido te neduik enada ti tinta. Behaz ani in federal law in Latte Washington, behaz ani hidden tehegi ade hidden tehegi jo ade yisi pohodni. Ajashi like here, the state of New Mexico. Khode nihil khata huist zonde. Nichin ke behaz anigi na New Mexico be behaz ani do federal be behaz anigi akot zago go kwege a hites go hogota Latte Washington be behaz anigi a khaz la ot akot a ahish nedi preemption akot ako akot heki ya holonde hot and California kwelta nadi je binne de hot do da no John Dale ya nije in the show a queen zago en latte be his ani do be etskisto be salagishi kwen ya in nasha jodi ze egi hot ayin from the federal government that has mescaline in there. The American Indian Religious Freedom Act. The California Queen Zan the at the hot deal. John no a hot ago ratit ahedan linigin the show ya Lord that the nihla. Jodetoni, Tatini, Ebena, Sato, on Nilsos, Zli, Hohot, Eda, Akoho, Ed Schnele, you wet out, she does, Edjus Edon, Konda, Kreda, Nahas Tweed and Linde, Sanid and Linde, Nilede, Yayadash, 1994, you watashi becha otzi, Akoho. AAT zeigi exempt od nisha no aro shi konda khaita aden hina nishita sadoshi nikesod zindadista ne jonogon sita kisto a nella johot ende ita ebeni nago a ita pihes zo ita odo bahol nanda nahlende eti jedet ati boholni ti jed ati bikaho Hol jish. Akoho Betsinch klijin Lord Dia zegi niyad und ladolich. Betsinch klijin Lord zegi nan ledolich. Betsinch klijin Lord zegi nchidibiti lelo kodo tahta di lelo lehash den lahaj to transport that. You have to be a member of a federally recognized tribe to do that. Why did they do that? There's a reason. Earlier, because the federal government saw the sovereignty and the distinction of Native people even back then. But the federal government said, Taka, this is asati the net atid, besod the zendo behet khal asati it atid, ebenina, eti ekot ehgi de be bahaz adoti is e pete pa alia. That was the conclusion. Ebenina, what are ye zotid? You have to be a member of the federally recognized tribe to possess it, ingest it, and transport it. Akondetot obohol nihit out that or lately. Dort ordelnio that ordna that o heligt la the quedash that o yetligido to be his adash do. Ebenina akonegi yihnayi zodid number 2 guna. Peyote must be used in a bona fide ceremony. It has to be used in a bona fide ceremony. Oh, yeah, that all they bet horse do little no Walmart that was no they just now has his dad or little taka. Over his aunt. Why did the federal government do that? Because they knew and they understood and they accepted the fact that we have a ceremonial system here. There is a certain way that we go about things, which is directly related to our sovereignty again. So, the state of California or any other state, they can't go around it. It's still the same. Federal government through the American Indian Religious Freedom Act be so Hohot eda na kid na ke yahayin nedne sa ye chehelgan. Last year echedil sozen the governor gi do tadini do chinane inschan. Juk ade hot a ebeni na hot an huit asle. So ebeni na edijide ni jobik edit akot ehegi do belgana akot eniki benina. Ebenina bena atlo ana ken lot is it ayoch eat ba hitlo kwe ye yich del chi kwege na shled or shit or no ya na ga kwege ni khina na hok at kushi na khe dibenina kwege oye yech ananat idi etza dik at masculinity gits ella di shadow a khoto no da Akoho edi benina edi na ati ne be sadit le jina bena shido shilawat edan hit o need to chain hidin need nana hodo every day do kun hidin need di show hey khajodin he zegi bani chindo ba hulian do le ne hit the neck ako khatkhado az nda ya gedo wot labels lagi akot au Nil in odlich. Khode belakran and as khata yins in etota. Khale eto beta di and hinke. Ebenina, let's look and perceive the peyote, the medicine, in the same spirit and manner and perspective, understanding and belief system that makes us sovereign, inherently sovereign, and as Navajo in American Indian people. Khayda etota, khayda yayatki it etota, jot ebayatki. Ye a quagge, dequet ope a khatat art or a sheet out, or bane khetide. So only before we went to lunch, and up bahaszi. We have about over 45 tribal governments. Yeah, as Kit na zone, we have resolutions with them who simply say, us tribe here, the latest one I saw was from the Ho Chunk Nation of Wisconsin. As a Ho Chunk Nation of the Wisconsin, we do not support, we condone the decriminalization of peyote / mescaline. These tribes are on it. They're understanding it. They're catching on. Sho ya. About a month ago, myself, my brother Ryan Wilson, and my son, we went over to Oklahoma, to Bartlesville, Oklahoma. The Osage Nation hosted the Oklahoma Indian Tribal Chairmen's Association. There's about 36 tribes in the state of Oklahoma. Chairmen than Linigate Lasuli, Petaton Dasil Sos. A quede bebechita hosit, Yendi J. Tito over there. Yeah, Bahas the Nige. So the legislation that they passed was simply said, this organization comprised of about over 36 tribal governments do not support, we condone the decriminalization of peyote and mescaline. So the rest of Indian country is understanding it like that. But guess what? Navajo Nation is the only one that is silent or wants to have a debate on it. Think about it, people. So I think you're going to have a better understanding when my brother Ryan explains the whole movement behind this decriminalization. Again, at the end of the day, so you have to ask yourself now. You're all intelligent people. You have to ask yourself, ask one another, talk about it at your dinner tables, after your meetings, while you're drinking your coffee and dipping your cookie. Talk about it at your tache. Talk about it at your do'igash kinalda, and ask yourself this. Why is it that the Navajo Nation doesn't want to do anything about this? Why? Who are the individuals that are saying no? Mescaline etota. Mescaline etota. Why? Ask them, why is it? Explain to me. Because yeah, those are all good answers. So this is the main thing. We want you to be educated on this. We want you to know this. We want you to understand this. We want you to tell it has nothing to do with whose resolution was approved or not approved. Has nothing to do with it. One sentence, not even half of a page of a resolution for the Navajo Nation Council. This is crazy. What is so hard about the Navajo Nation government to say, we do not support, we condone the decriminalization of peyote and mescaline? What is so hard about that? I challenge the Navajo Nation Council to pass something before May. Because this is crazy. The rest of Indian country are against it. But yet the Navajo Nation, the largest tribe in the nation, I don't know what you're doing. And yes, I have to say this. Is the proclamation the best thing that we can do as a nation to say no to decriminalization? Is that the best thing that we can do? I thought we had a whole Justice Department over there. You have Legislative Council. Oh, you should jail. The best we can do is a proclamation? Really? Have we come to that? I thought we were the ones that were leading everybody to say protecting and preserving Native interests, Native rights. Khalagit za. Nikhit la khahot za. Da tene chash. Da ni chesh da si tlish. Dashi. I don't think so. I don't think you are. Di kwek atkut a nikhit khazan. So the challenge is to go get your council delegate If you need some help, we'll even write it today together and give it to them. It's one sentence. One sentence, that's it. This is important, Ibnina. But it was important for you to understand what we mean by the mescaline and peyote, what the scheme is. I say nte because so I feel that Navajo Nation, you're cornered now. Either you're going to do this, or you're going to have to explain to a lot of voters out here. So this is where we're at. That's going to be my first part of my presentation. Now, earlier I mentioned that Diga Washington yen hinadil khal yilehiki dikad yen hinadil khal yilehiki First Amendment and religion. First Amendment to the United States Constitution. Earlier about the freedom of religion and the establishment clause. The freedom of religion is really, it's called the free exercise clause in the United States Constitution, plus the establishment clause. The Constitution says the government will not endorse or condone a religion. Nihiti kodo Washington so the Zambeta iltehege to bikijit neat leader edo dae to bisnit leader so no hanatze hatzi not so sikayila benina akutzagi and laid trotzet nad ad Tibet el on England hol yed Tibet el on ad adek that the need King Lord in it Shigin Shlanigideshik Otland olis. The Church of England will be the only church in England. Any other churches an yeheta akode no so in skill. Jo adek that the need shagets na yihitje adebelsananda as el an hidona da huilia the shin hiltajo bagishi gisibenina Ade tsatnani kado had net bit chicken ni rat bit that need low has that she Jo ebenina kwegena hat el khata hotel le constitution kwede le atati need do konado nesta ebenina kwedit abi dort so that need ebenina hat abi ist so akonde ebe religion gisnenigit aukiti tigit ago ahilne bijagogi ahilne. Remember, it's important to understand bijagoyin enigi bijagoyot lanigi bijagoyik ehnarahagit agogi ahilne akonde nihijagogi be at na kil at di kwege nihijagoit asati init Ako di yak aden hikijgonion neloyanditza. Di ze konstlahagi khatkal nahaga na ini ceremonies, sacred sites, medicines, and all of these things. We're asking the federal government, the state of Texas, the Kaya haki Opetn dahuil tlad. Kaya hagize hodlon that otel insule khait ahota. Hajodil nil kwebich ahita adol endolil pesos la bach edot ashtati no a pes nal sos yahatasi nil. Khayat ayat ehende. Jonde ne kon hit o need. Shohe tsasholish al tsawait odlish lan hidini. Khaynada detna. Zanezatan. This is coming from the Democrats. Adan netida, we think we might be violating the Establishment Clause if we fund a program that is going to protect and preserve peyote. Think about it. Nehi aja is the tlanagi pe na hoslahagi pe ta hokhahagi your religion. Ebenina ato jong the person khati neslit an hitla kindlingon and hitsa yish kidita. I had it out. I also the NATO Katoba NATO Tito Shanshi that is Neloshin Janshin Hate Ed or less. Nikitone. Ya the La Olia. Ako could the bit ya the could the job and night the kiddo go to jo and Nalkaho. Radit ahik ahoko. John de a could and a hadlong Nishidas be a hilta hannet not ani dan lenigi adela. And here again, the one other wheelchair that did. Dick at the son his ani is Kalodazan that another did. Di hot ah yen hiho ash. Nihilbahos and doles. Ebenina. We need to understand the concept of Yenedonant and Besogidon Nifike. Our policy da ido little deeper ba akhayado lit nana ya ek adhot ago ya andi zao ya khasil is link at shike no senigi deepa akono sendo because it has a direct effect not only on the preservation and protection of our ceremonies, our medicines and our sacred sites, but it affects a lot of things, a lot of funding that we get, a lot of support that we get. A lot of them are based upon treaty agreements, treaty obligations. But are you going to hide behind the Establishment Clause? That should be our concern and that should be our conversation now. Akoho. I think that we have to begin to tell and educate one another. We have two different terms. Koje religion, Jonna. Nana koje ceremony, Johananat. Akoho. Sa'in liniki again. That's why part of our theme is called sovereignty. We cannot continue to allow the federal government or any non-native organizations, groups, or whatever to tell us who we are. Everything is not finished. It out. Magin not seen it. And then lay out of out. It could out. Yad la olia. Did obahosil. We have to define ourselves. Ani hisha hashat. We don't do that. We have to define our ceremonies, our way of life. Why does the federal government has to define that for us? It's not the federal government. To tell the federal government, the state governments, the local government, this is who we are, this is what our ceremony is. At the same time, we can't get caught up in this whole idea of religion either. If we get caught up in that religion term and concept, let's be careful. We're sovereign nations. We have every God-given right to say who we are, what our ceremonies are. We have all of that. We have that to say that. On our last trip to DC in February, I got frustrated and finally I said, you know what? I'm sick and tired of coming up here to Washington and being here and continually trying to educate you leaders up here. of who we are. We've been around since you came across the big water in your boat, and we took care of you. It's your responsibility as leaders, congressmen, senators, United States President, you, to educate yourself about the original inhabitants of this country. It's your responsibility. Why is it that we have to continue to come here to Washington and try to explain and educate us and each other? That's where we're at today. So we need to begin to advocate that. We need to tell them, so that concept of religion, we need to be careful with that. But rather, let's change the conversation and let's begin to use the concept and the language of ceremonies. Why ceremonies? Because it entails, one of the distinctive things about ceremonies is that there's a holistic healing in there. It's a healing process. It's a mechanism, it's a gift that we have to treat a mental patient, an emotional patient, a physical person that is sick, even a spiritual sickness that's there. We have that capacity to do that. Ceremonies are formalities, they're acts, they're protocols. We make it tangible. Tangible. What does that mean? You can see it, you can touch it, smell it, and hear it. We make the Holy Spirit tangible to the human being's 5 senses. Think about that. Our ceremonies entails us to make the Holy Spirit tangible. We can touch it, we can see it, we can smell it and hear it to our 5 senses. And I thought the quote that was there is very fitting in explaining this, which is a quote by Quanah Parker where he says, we don't go into that teepee to talk about God. We go into that teepee to talk to God. See that? Yeah. We just don't talk about Holy Spirit and this and that. We don't talk about, we talk kwage azze nlenegi azze banat ajuken digin adish shikati watnsin adish. Even to sing, even to look at that medicine, we sing to that medicine because there's a relationship that's there. We're not talking in third persons. That makes it a ceremony. It is very much needed in a lot of these circles of government, policy making, funding. Let's begin to change the conversation. Let's re-strategize and reword and reconceptualize our whole approach to what we're doing here. That's the advocacy that we're talking about here. The Arfa why do we act and talk like we don't even have anything? This is what we're premising our arguments on. This is what we're premising our positions on. This is what we're premising our prayers and our songs upon. Arfa says, notwithstanding any other provision of law, the use, possession, or transportation of peyote by an Indian for bona fide traditional ceremonial purposes in connection with the practice of a traditional Indian religion is lawful and shall not be prohibited by the United States or any state. No Indian shall be penalized or discriminated against on the basis of such use, possession, transportation, including but not limited to denial of otherwise applicable benefits under public assistance programs. There it is. Everything that we need is all right here in ARFA. So, bona fide what it means is that it's a Latin Latin words, ma bona fide. Genuine it's genuine. It's real. But there's sincerity in there. Without intention to deceit. That's how the Latin language is defined. That's what bona fide means. So when you read it in the law, it says, by an Indian for bona fide traditional ceremonial purposes. For the genuine, real, sincere, without intention to deceit, ceremonial purposes. That's what it means. Yoch eat ban hatten. Na kin liba hatten. Sha shindat ikit eban hatten. At jebi yiden tekes nchudien konye di it au ahisne. That's what that word means. Indian religion defined it defined it as such. The term Indian religion means any religion which is practiced by Indians and the origin interpretation of which is from within a traditional Indian culture or community. My brother Indian religion. Because the federal government said, I'm not going to be the one to tell you what it is. You are the one. However way that you're going to define it, because it's a lot of it is the same, but there's a lot of it that are a little different also. Like our brother here, the Santa Domingos, my brother here, they're his Lakota people, my brother over here, Mandan, Hadatsas, Arikras. We all are on the same wavelength, but we have certain things that we do differently. They're all good. But the law recognizes that. The law respects that. That's what the law says. The American Indian Religious Freedom Act, so sovereignty, these are true questions that I have from day in, day out. When I see sovereignty, when I see things that are not being upheld of our sovereignty, this is my next section of my presentation. If I raise the curiosity, I think I've done my job today, because you're going to ask questions, which is really good. Now, today, let me go back to the California scenario. In California, when these legislations were introduced to the California State Assembly, there was a question that was asked. Who from the native communities, where are they? Who are they? We want them to say something on this. You have an ad hoc group that were already working already greasing the pole over there. There were individuals that were already greasing the pole over there. The majority of them were non-Indian. Some of them are claiming to be Indian, but they don't have a census number. And these kind of people, they said, we're talking for all the Native American church and Indian people. One of the organizations that was listed in one of the legislation was the National Native American Church. National Council of Native American Churches, baka in the legislation. Okay. So where is that organization? Are they incorporated somewhere? Who are these people? So we have a problem today now where we have non-Indians, wannabe Indians, pretendians that are out there. I'm talking for the Indian nations. Maybe it wouldn't be like that if some of our tribal governments weren't just asleep. Because it's beginning to be a problem to where our voices are not being heard. Somebody's just talking for you. It's like me saying, I'm talking for Del Red Cloud here in Chicago, Illinois, and he has no idea I'm talking for him. He might not even agree with me what I'm saying. So, here is the deal. We have federal policy that's called consultation. Tribal consultation. Remember now, back to sovereignty again. The federal government recognizes that sovereignty, so we have to talk nation to nation. That's what tribal consultation is. It's a formal two-way government-to-government dialogue between official representatives of tribes and federal agencies to discuss federal proposals before the federal agencies. Makes a decision. Government cannot just come in here and start doing things. So we have to talk government to government. Tribal consultation. They have to tell us. There are pretendians that are trying to talk on that, and it's very much so with Peyote. We have groups out there that say we represent Peyote and the interests and the conservation. You can word it however way you want to word it. Whether you want to be a protector, you want to be a conservator of it, you're this and that or whatever. But the fact still remains, pursuant to this federal consultation behizani, the fact still remains, you are not the official voice of the people. Only the Navajo Nation Council and the Navajo Nation president on a government-to-government basis can talk on behalf of the Navajo Nation government. Khot'a di kwegi akhot'a band ilde ein hilbaho zindole. So it goes both ways. So your responsibility as the danigi nahaga totit ehge, we have to tell our tribal government, we need a policy, a resolution, something that says we do not support decriminalization of peyote and mescaline. Government to government, yeah, but not on khayata. That's your responsibility to say that. It's the federal or the tribal government's responsibility to say, yeah, okay, we have to do tribal consultation. We, as Native American Church of North America, as an organization, can only do so much. But it's something else if you have tribal governments standing with you, or you're standing with tribal governments. That's why we're building this tribal government coalition. That's what we've been building for the last couple of months now. Going to tribal councils, tribal chiefs, presidents, and chairmen and chairwomen. We need to build this coalition because we cannot allow non-Indian, ad hoc pretendians to be speaking on our behalf anymore. One of the primary reasons is that the majority of them are non-Indian. So when we talk about things like this, oftentimes Native American Church of North America gets criticized that we're racists, that somehow we're racists. But then you have to be a prohibited party to say that too. My response to that is simple as this. All we're doing is trying to enforce and advocate for the American Indian Religious Freedom Act to be complied with. That's it. Is that a crime? Is it wrong to say, let's follow it? We get into conversations, this and that. But don't direct it to John Brady or Ryan Wilson or myself to say like, as if we're the one that created it. Where were you in 1994? It's a federal law. We have to comply with it. It's like saying, so hey, Native American Church, North America, 55 miles per hour, it's 65, it's your problem now. We didn't make the law. We just simply go down the road and keep it at that MPH. That's it. That's the advocacy here. The American Indian Religious Freedom Act, ARFA. We're trying to comply with it. It's not going to make sense. We're being hypocritical if we don't comply with it ourselves, but we're going to go run to Washington and say, hey, let's have congressional hearings here. Let's see how far we've gone with ARFA, 45 years. Not a federal government. Where is your role in this ARFA? So as the saying goes, everything begins from home. We have to begin to do it from home here. Our advocacy that's what we're doing. So the coalition of tribal governments, they're on to that. And here's the deal. We have members of our own tribe telling us that peyote is not part of Navajo culture. It was somehow peyote came from Oklahoma, and somehow we just got thrown in there. It's a new religion. Well, you know, we can debate that all you want. But the problem is that our advocacy goes beyond Peyote Native American Church. It goes into Nahast Etchal, it goes into Kenalta, it goes into our clanship system, and it goes into our language. Believe it or not, it goes into our language. Here's the question I always say, what are we going to do if we lose our language? We're no longer going to have our traditional ceremonies, no more. That's the crisis. Because our traditional ceremonies requires that we we make the prayers and sing the songs in our native tongue. It's going to be weird where we have, okay, I am the child of the changing woman. That's the reason why. So it entails that. So it's just not about Peyote or Native American Church anymore. So those are some concepts in the Hipan today, tomorrow, and think about it. If we stimulated a thought, a question, or something in your mind, then we did our job. If you learn just one thing, we did our job, because it entails a lot of educating one another. And the reason why they made it into a summit today is that this translation, transformation, transfer of information to you to give you some insights from different angles is for you to learn something, or even to clarify something, or even to stimulate that thought, because it's going to begin to snowball into something good. We're not having a chapter meeting here either. 200 years that's all we talk about too. Maybe, yeah, it's good. Oh, there's a time and a place. But there's sometimes that we have to talk about some of these things as we're talking about it today. That is very much needed today. So that's what this summit means. This is what summit is entailing.
I want to thank our good, the words, the good news here on the legal lens, on a legal aspect. So I know we'll go down to our legislative review, Mr. Ryan Wilson, our congressional relations. So thank you all. Also, I passed out a blank sheet of paper and pen. I know some of you might have some questions. If you could jot those down. You know, and then when we go on a break here, I'll kind of wind it up, and then we'll address those. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Hi.
This little guy's Dakota Crawford Wilson, and his Arapaho name is NACNA. It's Eagle Chief, but he wanted to say hi to everybody, and he Pancho ran a meeting for him on his first birthday, and his mom coming to the meeting and just handed him off, and ever since that time he's wanted to be around all of you guys. So I wanted to give him a round of applause, you know, because he He's 4 years old now, and he's kind of a little funny guy, comedian too. Last year at the convention, he was talking loud in that theater that he wanted his other mom. He kept saying that, and nobody thought that was out of the way except my brother, John Bitsu. He kind of had naughty thoughts. He said, his other mom. He said, what does that mean? He was asking me. I said, I don't know. That guy's he's a funny guy on his own. He just says stuff, whatever he wants. But the whole way down from Newtown, he visited and kept me up. And at this age, it's really fun. And I spoil him. But there's just a little bit more months, and then he's going to be in school. And he won't be able to come around. He won't be able to, he's going to be doing that. And it's kind of like we give our kids away to these school systems, and they don't get to do all this stuff. So it's, I want to enjoy it because it's my baby, so. And then we come here and to another tribe's land, and what Justin was saying, what all the speakers were saying, we're trying to respect your time too, and we're trying to share with you information that's important. And I made a note the other day when me and John were talking, a little sharing we were doing at the store, our trading post, was we have a lot of young guys, and I applaud you students over there. You could raise your hands. My grandson, he brought his students, his wife from NACNA College. Give them a round of applause again, everybody. But I have nephews and young brothers that are, I mentioned they could sit in a teepee for 12, 14 hours and have a focus, a sincerity, a prayer, a high attention to detail, a discipline to sit there like that. But when it comes to, all this stuff we're putting up here and the paperwork and reading laws and budgets, and they just kind of fall apart, and I want them to be emboldened. I want them to understand it's their responsibility to do that as well. Some of the old guys that are still left, I know the old timers that were working on this, they were very tedious in trying to understand these laws, what they would mean, and what the whole point was to them. And our young generation has to pick that up, because this is just the beginning. I was mentioning, since contact, you judge this history, just say 200 years here, this little tiny country, how it's just a little child yet, America, but look how much damage has happened to us in just that short little 200 years. So if we think about it from judging that from the whole history of time, just that short little 200 years was a blink of an eye, and look how much damage has happened already. So really, if we're going to peacefully coexist in our homelands in this country as tribal people, we're just in the first inning of this occupation. We're just at the beginning. And so what we're trying to do here, it's serious. It means something. And when we do this again, make a point to try to bring one of your children, grandchildren, the youth, these students, because this, it's called intergenerational transmission of knowledge. And I know we got some confused relatives now. They're trying to teach things about cedering and making fireplaces through TikTok and on video, and that's not our way. We all know that. It's really sad that that's happening. But this way of life will be transferred if we pull them in, the younger generation. So aho to you students and everybody that brought it along. And then we're just learning the social media too. We're not experts at it. John doesn't have a Facebook. I don't either. So what Justin doesn't have one either. So when he says people say bad stuff about, I don't know what they're talking about, because I never see it or hear it, or I don't. So go ahead. It doesn't matter. I don't read those things, and we don't ever respond either. And this is our response, the sharing of the truth, the real truth, not how somebody in their fantasy or their made-up world, how they want things to be, but the real truth, not somebody's alternative universe and the echo chamber that they create with their buddies, but the real truth, what's really happening, and that's what we come to share. And I want to say hello to my brother Raymond. I thought he was just going to give his speech and head back to Pueblo country, but he stayed with us this whole way. So let's give him another round of applause because he wants to learn about it. And so what he was mentioning about the kivas, and I'm going to elaborate on what Justin, and it's going to be a theme of everything I'm going to share here in the next few minutes. And I'm only going to take a few minutes. They also select their traditional leaders there. So he's the lieutenant governor. They pick their governor. They, in their traditional way, as they've done since dawning of time, they don't have these elections and this and that. They do it in their way. They select their leaders in their kiva. Then the other tribes, we have this other way. They call it IRA, Indian Reorganization Act governments, where you have an election and you pick your leaders that way through a democracy. And what Justin's saying, what I'm saying, what everybody's saying is this whole problem that we're being challenged with now. And I know a lot of people don't want to talk about it, but you know there's hurt right here on Navajo Nation. There's pain right here about what's going on. And my brother that I mentioned earlier, he's a living physical manifestation of what is going on. It's because this group of people, that they weren't picked traditionally. I will say that here in public. There is no tradition involved in their self-appointing as chiefs. And there is no democracy involved either. Yet they stand out ahead of everybody, and they even assigned regions to their names. Great Plains region, Southwest region, Northwest region, Midwest, pretending. They didn't fool any of us. They're pretending to non-Indians to be representatives of all of us. They're pretending to the psychedelic tourism community, the psychedelic renaissance community, that they represent all of us. And this is what brother is talking about. This is the fraudulent representation. And lawyers, they call it puffing or puffery. And a lot of times companies will do that. You see that with Donald Trump now, how he says his properties are worth so much, right? But when it come right down to it, he couldn't get the money to fix his bail because his properties weren't worth that much. If these individuals really believed in their names, if they really believed that they were as popular as they think they are, they wouldn't be trying to do that. They would stand on their own names. I'm not elected myself. I was appointed by the membership of NACNA. And when they did that, we made 3 decisions there. In one election, we repudiated, we rejected, we condemned the course of NACNA by a major landslide. It was like 35-3. And this is the delegates, the chapters, all of that represent it in all the states, to go in another direction and separate ourselves from those non-Indians. And we could have been right in the mix with them. We could have been visiting at these psychedelic conferences too. We could have been down in the gardens getting free medicine, doing Harvard. We could have been doing all of that. But we knew it was unjust, it was unethical, it was immoral, and we didn't want our organization to be a part of that anymore. So through a democracy, not through Ryan Wilson, not through John Brady, through a democracy, all of our delegates decided we're going to go in another direction. And we chose Justin Jones to represent us. We had a motion to expand our legal team. I'm so happy that we did that, and I want you to give him a round of applause too, because this is our legal counsel. And then they decided to put me in there, and then we decided for what they call a conflict of interest resolution to separate ourselves. And away we were almost 3 years ago now. Look how far we've come. You're just hearing a tip of the iceberg on this. So I want you to think about that for a second. That's going to be kind of the theme. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about this United States Patent Trademark Office, the tribal consultation. I'm going to talk about the New York Times article that just come out as well. And then we're going to go over the IPCI comments in the tribal consultation. And then I'm going to go over this recent issue I don't want to ask you a dumb question. They say there's no such thing as a dumb question, right? But you guys have all heard about this whole marijuana thing with this Mr. Benally and James Mooney over here. And everybody, show your hands. Okay. So what they're saying, I'll just break it down real easy. They're claiming that marijuana is a sacred sacrament of the Native American church. So does everybody know that? That's the legal defense, that they have a sovereignty and that it's a sacred sacrament of the Native American church. And as ridiculous as that sounds to us, it's very dangerous because that's the climate that's been created by Cody Swift. And Cody Swift and James Mooney are the same. There's no difference. I'll say it again. Cody Swift, James Mooney, same. No difference. Dr. Bronner, Rick Doblin, all the same. The psychedelic renaissance, the maps, if you went to their convention, our own Indian people were there. Part of it. All those workshops were about psychedelic sacrament. They're talking about creating something that never was here in America on Indian lands. Psilocybin, ayahuasca, tibolga, mescaline. Trying to create new churches that never existed. Trying to invent a religion. Trying to invent a ceremony and hide it behind calling it a church. And then pointing at the native people, the Indians, and saying, you guys did it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. It's our turn now. We want our psychedelic churches. And that's what's happening with this marijuana down the road here. What they're trying to do. And there's nothing to do with prayer in this or ceremony. It's about money. And it's about the European Americans getting their way and putting their boot on anybody's throat that gets in their way. And it says no, because they never hear the word no. And if they do, they're always trying to find a way to get around it. So that's kind of what we're up against. So I'd like my uncle Joe Holgate to go ahead and pass out this New York Times article, and if you could get it on the screen, brother. And we're going to go over that a little bit because this is tied in to what I'm talking about. And while they're getting that ready, I just have coming from Lakota land and our homelands, I just have a little short story to share with you guys, and that's why it came to my mind as we were driving yesterday. We saw all these bighorn sheep, groups of them here and there when we were coming up before we got to Pagosa Springs, and it was really awesome. And of course, my son was really enjoying that. To us, they have a medicine too, those bighorn sheep. But we never see them really in our country anymore. There's a few left in the Black Hills and around there in the Rockies. But the Oglala, Lakota, in days of old, they had what they called shirt wearers in our tribe, and it was 4 of them that were appointed in our tribe. And these were esteemed individuals. These were basically the highest honor besides being a chief was entrusted in these shirt wearers, and they were made with hides from those bighorn sheep. And if you were appointed one, you were considered a man of integrity, you were considered a leader, you were considered an individual that had a standard of conduct beyond reproach. And they governed the camps. They handled when the hunting was going to be. They organized when the warfare was going to be, or when we were going to steal horses, how we were going to do that, these shirt wearers. And we had a man, you guys all know this name, who was our most fiercest, decorated warrior. And his name was Crazy Horse. Everybody's heard of Crazy Horse, right? So all the battles in the north, the major fights with the 7th Cavalry, and we weren't scared of the 7th Cavalry. We weren't scared of anything. Lakota, Arapaho, Cheyennes, that alliance. When I hear these words, people saying allies, the only allies in days of old that Lakota talked about, they weren't white people. We never called them allies. It was Arapahos, Cheyennes. And when we were together, always, we were never defeated ever on the battlefield. So Crazy Horse was our finest. And they made him a shirt wearer because of his integrity. And this is the story about how we are as humans. Sometimes we make mistakes as humans. He had an eye for another man's wife, and her name was Black Buffalo Woman. And this is really a story all Oglalas know, all the Sioux country knows. And women, and don't get any ideas, Navajo women now here, but our women could decide if they wanted to leave their marriage. And they could take another companion, another husband. They had that freedom.
Can you hurry up?
Yeah, he's telling me to hurry up, so. Not yet, but. So, those two loved each other, and he ran off with her. And Black Buffalo Woman's companion was No Water, and he tracked Crazy Horse down, and he took a gun, and he shot him in the face. He was trying to kill him. And it hit his jaw, and it went out, and it didn't kill him, but it mortally, it wounded him, and he had to kind of heal for months and months and months. But the Oglala, very important, I want you to hear this. The Oglala didn't just make it where she had to go back to her husband and fix her family up. They made it too. Guess what they did? They stripped him of being a shirt wearer. They stripped him of that position. They stripped him of that high place that he had, not in warfare, but in the stewardship of the camp. Because those actions were the actions of an individual wanting something, being in love. Not the actions of somebody that was in charge of the whole camp. He put his own personal interests ahead of everybody else's, and it created friction in the camp. It created tension in the camp. And this wasn't the conduct that was expected of that. And guess why he was stripped of that shirt? Crazy Horse was appointed a shirt wearer, but that shirt didn't belong to him. It belonged to the Oglala. So, how is it in days of old that the fiercest warrior in the history of Indian country, not just the Lakota people, all of Indian country, there was nobody higher, would adhere to the laws and the rules of a tribe? Who would physically dare to go take that shirt off of him and say, you're no more a shirt wearer? It's because we had respect. We understood what it is to be part of a tribe. We understood what Justin was talking about, what our protocols are. We understood the desires of one don't outweigh the needs of all of our tribe. And he adhered to that. And it didn't stop him in warfare. He went on, and many, many more accomplishments he had, much more respect he had. But the point of this is, belong to the tribe. Belong to the tribe, that shirt. Here we are now. Who does this Peyote ceremony belong to? Whose role is it to take care of it? And we have people that are getting this ceremony second, third, fourth hand from originating tribes. And I'll even go so far as to say the people on that board, none of them are from the originating tribes. Who are they to say it's this way? Or we could put this on TV. We could put this on a Netflix movie. Who are they to say that? They have no standing to say that. And it's sad nowadays what we're in and this trouble that we're in. And it's trouble that we allowed in and that we're creating for ourselves. And even to bring the point even further along, there was a sister religion that come about with Peyote, same time. It's called the ghost dance. Everybody's heard of that? So when it come out to Lakota country, there was leaders of the ghost dance. And it created a lot of fear with Bilaganas. They thought that the Sioux were going to have an uprising again and wipe them out. And the primary prayer for the ghost dance, and I'm sorry, but it's not my job to worry about white fragility, to worry about how they might take it or what. This is 1890s, 1889, what I'm talking about. The primary prayer was that they would be swallowed up and be taken forever away from Lakota country, Indian country, that it would be back how we knew it, that the buffalo would return, and that our loved ones that were killed through pestilence, through warfare, through starvation, that they would come back to us. So we adopted this whole new religion, ceremony, to do that. And that's how desperate things were. Children were starving. They'd taken our guns away, our horses away, no way to hunt. We were living off of government rations, and it was a time of desperation. So two of the primary leaders of that prayer were High Hawk and Crow Dog. And they had a camp in what they called a stronghold in the Badlands. And in this camp, there's ghost dancers. And there was over 1,000 some people in that camp, and this is what the cavalry was coming after for them. And at that time, there was 10,000 cavalry members, and they wiped out Bigfoot's band. That was at Wounded Knee. Everybody's heard of that, right? Yeah. Wiped out women and children. They were the last ones to surrender when they came into the agency and stopped ghost dancing. So here we are, 2024, we have descendants of High Hawk and Crow Dog. What are they doing? They're aligning themselves with these non-Indians, the psychedelic community, tourism, the psychedelic renaissance. They're supporting these drug bills to legalize mescaline. How far in just 100 years have we strayed from our prayer? So when you guys receive these fireplaces from Cheyennes, from Comanches, from Otos, from Kiowas, the old people said it really simple. Don't add on, don't take away, right? Yes. Yes. Don't add on, don't take away. Mm-hmm. So you start doing stuff on Netflix, TV, TikTok, Instagram. You start commiserating with people that are trying to take all of this as well. You start taking money. You're adding on. And when these fireplaces come about here, strict, very strict. But what's happening now? It's so bad now. And then everybody feels like you can't say anything, or you're going to get bullied, or you're going to get ganged up on, or you're going to, if you be strict on these young kids, are going to get mad and go do something. Yeah. The strictness come out of love. That they loved us so much, they wanted us to do it in a good way, the best we can. They loved us so much, that tough love. So where is that now? So I'm just sharing that little bit of stories as I kind of get into this, and we got the New York Times article, so it's passed out, Uncle? Okay, good, thank you, Uncle. I don't know if you can't see, you can come up. There's some chairs up here. Hey, you Dene college students.
Those that get a copy, it should be in here somewhere. I don't have enough copies, but if they want copies, they can get it from one of these.
Okay. You got to look at these CR codes too if you don't have a copy. I was going to pick on the Dene college students a little bit, just in a joking way. So when you're in college, I went to the University of Washington. This front row, this is the Asian section, you guys, in the front row. And they don't ever miss a class. And when everyone's out socializing on a Friday night, Saturday night, they're right here in the front row studying, you know. So I always tell Indian kids, you want to get 4.0? You hang out with the kids that get 4.0s, you know. You want to get a 2.0? go hang out with the socializers, you know, and but it's all good. They're smiling. I like that. Yeah. Okay, so I guess it's just section by section, huh? Okay. Just bear with it. He's gonna kind of just do it, and I'm gonna go over a little bit of it, but you can look at it. And what we were doing in the store the other day was we actually played the audio. So maybe when we finish here, I don't want to play the audio now. I just want to keep rolling here, but we'll play that audio. So there's a reporter named Brandon Burrell. Everybody write that name down because we need to get to know this guy. New York Times. And he did this story. It's an investigative reporting. So it's interesting to us because if we say something, it's like, oh my gosh, these guys are exaggerating, they're lying, but they never tell us what the lie is. They just say that. This is relatives, the New York Times. Didn't come from us. And it's talking about this Roland Griffiths. And at Johns Hopkins University, one of the most elite schools in the entire world, not just the country, but the entire world, he's what they call the godfather of the psychedelic research and the whole entire movement. And what these people have done is, with Cody Swift, and he's in the article too, you're going to learn a little more, they're funding all of these initiatives, and Dr. Bronner and the MAPS people, Rick Doblins, they're funding the initiatives to legalize these drugs. Not only are they funding the initiatives, they're leading in research efforts to legitimatize psychedelics as therapeutic models. So in this world, I tell my Dene College students this, they call this empirical foundations of educational research, methodologies, modalities of that. In this world, it's a big no-no to fund research and also participate in it. It's a big no-no to have a pre-selected direction or arrival, a conclusion that was premeditated, and rig your research to meet that. So this gentleman's gone now. He passed last year, but this article came out a couple weeks ago. You could scroll down and we'll get everybody copies, or we'll figure out how to do that. And the takeaways from this is kind of what I wanted to share in a good way too, is this was a research university, Johns Hopkins University, and it was based on Daniel Gilman. He imported these research techniques from the German model of a research university. And they have that, man, brother was showing off his Latin when he was talking about bona fide, you know, and I don't know where he went, but they have this other theme, it's called Sapere Aude, and it means dare to know. And that's what it was founded on: unfettered inquiry and free intellectual exchange, unfettered pursuit of the truth. When you have unbiased, unfeathered pursuit of the truth, if you have a predetermined outcome, those two don't work. And this is what this research talks about here. And I'm going to give you 4 snapshots of it, and then you could read through it. And then at the end of, when we're all done, I think we'll play that last, it's because it's 27 minutes, the audio. But it was Dr. Griffin's own colleagues that filed complaints for his research that weren't based on educational research or empirical foundations of research. So this didn't come from NACNA or anyone else. It was his own colleagues. And I'm making the point that European Americans need to have an active role in putting other bad actors that are European Americans in check too, in this whole thing with peyote, mescaline, and the psychedelic renaissance. But do you ever hear them do that? Do you ever hear them saying, no, we shouldn't be doing that, or he shouldn't be funding that? They don't, but they have a role in that too. So his own peers and his own colleagues that participated in the research filed ethics complaints with Johns Hopkins, and those ethics complaints are being reviewed, and the outcomes haven't come out yet, or at least they haven't come out public yet. But this article talks about where they were all violated. Number 2, Cody Swift was a colleague of Dr. Griffith's, and they were almost best friends as described in the article. And Cody Swift funded his research on psilocybin and psychedelic research at Johns Hopkins. And they talked about in the article how Cody Swift spent over $4 million so far on legalizing these psychedelics and these state initiatives. So why is that important? Remember what Justin said, you have to connect the dots. You can't have the same person that's funding these legalization initiatives and to get at mescaline also funding the research of it at these universities. And guess what? He completed the trifecta, the triangle. He participated in the research as a funder, as a volunteer. And they cherry-picked their volunteers that would be in it, which means they skewed the research. And he's listed in there as a part of these ethics complaints as well, his relationship. And then number 3, these ethical boundaries being blurred. They tried in this research to introduce spiritualism with this psilocybin. They tried to introduce their version of ceremony in this psilocybin research and what they did. And I ask you this, does this sound familiar? Why is he down in the Peyote Gardens attending meetings and eating medicine down there with our people? If it was a donation, as they say it was, why is all the money funding it from non-Indians and the psychedelic community? Why are all the staff non-Indians? Why is their lawyer non-Indian? Why is their executive director non-Indian? When I put that all together, I come to one conclusion. It's a non-Indian organization. We don't view them as a tribal organization. We view them, they're funded, they're staffed, their lawyer, and their direction and advocacy for mescaline legalization comes from that community. Now, blurring the lines and trying to create a mystical experience in this research and doing that also violated their ethics. So you can kind of get the idea, tie this in now to this Diné Ben Ali, James Mooney, the marijuana as a psychedelic sacrament, and what they're doing. Oh, I'm gonna say one more thing. Conclusion in this was the research showed that psilocybin wasn't any more effective. It wasn't any more effective than traditional already FDA approved medications. So I'm going to say that again, that the psilocybin, this is the mushrooms that they stole from the South American Indians, stole. There's another word for it, it's a little fancier, appropriated. Is not any more effective than already existing medicines. Now, can you imagine if you've sunk not just 4 million, but 30 some million into this research across the country, into organizations that are advancing psychedelics. You're buying land on both sides of the border. Can you imagine in the psychedelic renaissance community if the research doesn't validate what they're trying to do? Can you imagine that? The whole thing is a house of cards. The whole entire psychedelic renaissance is a house of cards. And what it really comes down to is whether these are effective medicines or not, it's these people want all of our medicines to have fun, to play around with, to have access to make money off of, to commercialize, and to create and invent therapeutic treatments that don't exist now and call it indigenous. So this is Huge, relatives. This New York Times article, and we highlighted it on our Facebook, and you can get that as well on the NACNA Facebook. And I'm leading into this here is when we talk about what Justin was talking about, who speaks for us, there's a lack of awareness on the importance and of tribal sovereignty and federal government treaty and trust obligations within this whole entire psychedelic community, because they've been told by Native people, this is all right, you can do this. This is okay. Mescaline's all right, we'll just take it from another plant. And what Justin was saying is, there's no enforcement mechanism with law and order to understand where the derivative, where the source of mescaline comes from. And I'm going to even make a bigger point. In the great state of Minnesota, the city of Minneapolis, their mayor back in June signed an executive order telling law and order, police, don't enforce possession of psychedelics. And that's going to happen in every city across the country. And this is what Justin was talking about. Any form of mescaline is going to lead to peyote, relatives. And all these other cactuses that they're talking about that has mescaline, it's not 10 to 1 with Lufafora Williamsi. Peyote is so powerful. When they get it in those labs and they put it under a petri dish and a microscope and they start figuring it out, one peyote's worth thousands of these other cactuses. Do you really think they're going to extract mescaline from thousands of cactuses to get the job done when they could just take one peyote and do it? Do you really think street cops are going to run around cities like LA and Seattle and Denver with chem labs, mobile chem labs, and when they bust somebody, test it to find out if peyote? This is a pathway to peyote. And we have a right to say no, we don't want to be a part of that. And the theme here too is tribes, they're not indigenous communities in the sense that it's being used. They're Indian or Native or tribal nations. We're nations with government-to-government relationship with the federal government. They're federally recognized governments. It's a political relationship we have. So this whole effort in the psychedelic community has been to confuse everybody in American law, to confuse everybody and say Latinos, Chicanos, Mexicas, brown people from south of the border have equal rights with American Indian tribes with peyote. State recognized tribes, descendants are indigenous peoples. They have just as much rights. And that's not so. And that's not what the law says. And that's not what our traditional laws say either. And this is what we got to get straight here. And this is really the problem. And Indian nations are owed a trust obligation. They're owed. And we bought and paid for that when we ceded millions and millions of acres of the richest land in the world and entered into these treaties and contractual agreements. None of those other groups that call themselves indigenous, that aren't part of these, have that relationship. So they're muddying the water and confusing everybody. And you have to be smarter than that. And you have to understand that. And this 45-year-old statute, legislative vehicle, law, American Indian Religious Freedom Act, it says resolved by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled that henceforth means forever on out, it shall be the policy of the United States. The policy means the legal binding advocacy of the United States of America to protect and preserve for American Indians their inherent right of freedom to believe, express, and exercise their traditional religions. So when we talk about trust obligations, they have a trust obligation to protect this. That means protect the peyote gardens. It means protect us from this tidal wave of non-Indians that wants what we have. That means enforcement of the existing laws. So I just, bringing that is, We're owed a trust obligation, a trust responsibility, and measurable standards of trust. Nobody else is. Nobody in this whole country.
I'm not hearing that.
I know. That makes us really special. And we have to protect that. And people are trying to take that away. They're trying to pull us down to some level that they're saying is equal for everybody, or all these other indigenous communities. And that's not what the law says. So I'm gonna I wanted to move over to this the World Intellectual Property Organization. It had a treaty that they're doing internationally to try to discuss how are they going to protect tribal intellectual property, genetic resources. And I wanted to get the IPCI, if you could put the IPCI comments up on the screen, brother. And these are in their pass outs, or okay, everybody has this?
No, they're on their keyboard.
Okay.
It's on the screen, so. Okay, right there.
It's on the screen? Okay. Okay, so we're going to just run through this, and there's some really good things in these comments. And we did our own comments too. That's in your QR code.
It's on the right side here, pretty much whole comments.
Every time we do this, me and Pancho fight because I always want handouts for everybody, you know. I'm old fashioned. I want you to have the paper right in front of you, you know. So let's go to the mission first. It says, empower indigenous communities to conserve and regenerate their sacred peyote medicine for spiritual use for generations to come. IPCI is a conservation effort for generations to come, promoting health, well-being, and native cultural revitalization through sovereignty and sustainability of the sacred peyote plant and lands on which it grows. So again, I have to be careful here. It sounds nice, the mission. I like it. But you have to be careful here. Because once again, relatives, indigenous communities. And I'm going to swear, okay, give me permission, somebody to swear. What the hell are they talking about? What indigenous communities? Are you talking about Meshikas over in LA? Or are you talking about the tribes south of the border? Are you talking about made up tribes that are state recognized that want to... What are you talking about? Anybody. It's the smartest person in the room right here. Anybody. There's indigenous people in Africa. There's tribes there. There's Maori people, Hawaiians, Scandinavians, Sami people that are indigenous. Who are they talking about? When we were approached by Steve Moore, all this was supposed to be was, we're going to put a board, a nonprofit board together to manage the land in Texas that we're going to buy. That's all. They never said they're going to get involved in federal Indian law or policy directives for federal Indian law, or they were going to include everybody. What she just said, smartest person in the room right here. So move on down. And I'm going to read that first page. If you go to the introduction piece, and again, this is the U.S. Patent Office. And if you guys remember, a year ago, we rolled out this joint statement with the National Congress of American Indians, with the Native American Church of Oklahoma, and NACNA. And we invited IPCI to be a signatory on this. They didn't want to. They did their own statement. They did do a statement. They did their own, but this was about Journey Collab and the Journey Collab pharmaceutical company wanting to patent mescaline, wanting to patent what they called a proprietary therapeutic traditional model. None of us know what that is. And to this day, Journey Collab hasn't been able to say Who consented to this? Who did they consult with? Who were their informants, their American Indian informants? Who told them? But this joint letter, and this is where I really want you to pay attention. We called for the Department of Commerce to have tribal consultation over this in this letter with NCI and Native American Church North America. And guess what they did? They set up a tribal consultation on intellectual property, on traditional knowledge, on genetic resources, and how the World Intellectual Property Organization was going to engage in a treaty. So go down to the second paragraph on the introduction, and it says, Article 31 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples recognizes Indigenous peoples' right to maintain, control, protect, and develop their cultural heritage, including their traditional knowledge, cultural expressions, genetic resources, and associated traditional knowledge, and associated intellectual property rights. Article 31 also mandates that nations take effective measures in conjunction with Indigenous peoples to recognize and protect and exercise these rights. The United States has supported this UN declaration. What wasn't mentioned, and I know you only get so many pages, so you can't put everything in there. The UN declaration also cites the authoritative body of these communities. Guess what, relatives? The authoritative body isn't a nonprofit of self-appointed leaders. It's tribes. It's Indian nations, tribal nations. This is why we have NCI here. This is why the United Indian Nations of Oklahoma just endorsed what we're doing with our advocacy agenda. Why Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association endorsed us as well. Why we have a resolution from Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders Council. Why the United Tribes of North Dakota also endorsed what we're doing. Belongs to tribes, the authority, the relevant community. And what Justin was saying is, we Cholis in Mexico can't come up here to America and get involved in policy. They have no standing legally. Federal Indian law doesn't acknowledge that. Likewise, we can't go down to Mexico and tell them how to be and what to do. That's not our purview. Just like ayahuasca is not ours. Psilocybin, it's not ours. That's a medicine that comes from way down there. It's not ours. We have no say over that. So go ahead and scroll to the next page. And it says the UN Declaration, thus the United States Patent and Trademark Office must follow these principles as it engages in the World Intellectual Property Organization and high-level negotiations that bear on these critical resources to Indigenous peoples. Again, there's no trust responsibility to Indigenous peoples. The trust responsibility is to Indian nations, to tribes. And as an instrumentality of the United States government, the United States Post Office, or the United States Patent and Trademark Office has an affirmative duty to protect and advance the cultural rights and resources of federally recognized tribes and their members. I'm going to say it again. The USPTO has an affirmative duty to protect and advance cultural rights and resources to federally recognized tribes and their members. They got it right there. Okay? This is how it needs to be said. And they got it right there. Steve Moore, ho-ho. This is especially true concerning Peyote. See Peyote Way Church of God versus Thornburg. And we hold that the federal NAC exemption allowing tribal Native Americans to continue their centuries-old tradition of peyote use is rationally related to the legitimate governmental objective of preserving Native American culture. Again, that's trust responsibility, trust obligations, what he's talking about. In this relationship, such preservation is fundamental to the federal government's trust relationship with tribal Native Americans. Again, he starts going good. I say he, I'm talking about Steve Moore. They start going good and then they kind of swerve off a little bit. It's to federally recognize tribes, not Native Americans. You say Native Americans, you're talking about Puerto Ricans, Hawaiians, America Samoa. You're talking about all kinds of people here. Steve, you're smarter than that. We know that too. Then go down to background. IPCI is an indigenous formed and led nonprofit organization under federal and state of Texas laws established in 2017 for the purpose of advancing the goals of conserving the remaining fragile populations of sacred peyote medicine on the private ranch lands in South Texas, as well as fostering the reconnection of indigenous peoples to traditional pilgrimage and harvesting practices. And then it has the link so you can get on the webpage and kind of read all about it. Again, reconnection of indigenous peoples. And man, did they ever mean that? Because everybody that's brown goes down there and gets reconnected. It's a wide open what they're doing.
I'm not hearing it.
I know, I'm almost done. So the other part is, I talked about the founding of it. This didn't happen by osmosis. It didn't happen organically. The individuals that formed the board were flown down to Texas by Cody Swift. Half of the board was non-Indians. Steve Moore was part of the founding board. James Botsford, Cody Swift, they were all on the founding board, non-Indians. It wasn't an indigenous created board or nonprofit. It can be. We could still get there, but that isn't how it started. That wasn't how it was formed. Here's the one, go down, it says, IPCI is uniquely situated to provide a perspective on how to protect the specific and important body of indigenous knowledge of and relating to peyote, and the direct relevance of protecting indigenous knowledge to protecting the remaining populations of peyote in South Texas, and in turn, an entire indigenous way of life. Okay, IPCI is uniquely situated. What that means, everybody knows what unique means, right? Yeah. I had to look it up too, because I wanted to know, well, what does it really mean? It means I'm the only one. That's the Webster Dictionary. Only us. We're so unique. We have so much knowledge. We're so above everybody else that only us is capable of putting comments forward that would give you the true understanding of it. So these roadmen, in their own lives, they are unique. But to Indian country, way, way more roadmen that are older, that have been around, that have a lot more mileage on them, that know a lot about things. And none of us are above each other. Creator's eyes, we're all equal to each other. Yes, we're unique. He's unique. But what we have to say, and NACNA, everything we're saying, it's not unique. Comes from what our elders told us that we just are passing forward. So this is part of the arrogance. It's part of the hierarchy, and it's very dangerous, this superiority complex being advanced through a correspondence to a federal agency suggesting policy. And I just wanted to bring that out. And I'll bring one more thing out. The Peyote Research Project, 1 and 2, guess what, relatives? That belongs to NACNA. We're the ones that commissioned that. So all of that information in there is our intellectual property. There's nothing that they're saying that wasn't already in that Peyote Research Project. So I want to kind of move along, and I'm going to turn the page and go to the next one and try to speed it up here because my hook here. There's another one I really like. It's in the third page on the second paragraph. Third page, second paragraph. Federal law has acknowledged the right of members of federally recognized Indian tribes in the United States to use peyote for over 50 years, clarified most recently in the 94 ARFA amendments. Again, relatives, this is how it needs to be said. So you can't on one page talk about something that's for everybody, then the next page you're circling back and saying it's for members of federally recognized tribes. That's who we are, and it's what they call a collective group right. We have a group right to worship this way, to practice this ceremony. We have a group right because we're members of these tribal nations that decided to exist here on into 2024. And I like it how he had that one down there. And then I'm going to move 2 more paragraphs down. It says, in order to protect their sacramental use of peyote, Native American tribal groups began incorporating as individual Native American churches in 1918. In the following decades, the religion grew significantly. However, legal rights of Indian people to use peyote was plagued by non-native misunderstanding. Does that sound familiar? Non-native misunderstanding. If Cody Swift wanted to understand this, he'd be sitting here, right? You'd be daring in your pursuit of the truth. You wouldn't be hiding in the friendly confines of your home over there. Yesterday, Colorado had their working group meeting. Frank Daish is on that working group trying to protect our interests over there. And Cody Swift's on the working group. Not only did he fund the initiative, but he's on the working group that's helping implement it. So all day long, he was on that Zoom meeting listening in. But do they come here and hear from the real people that have something to say about this? So this non-native misunderstanding is still onward and it's still going. And at the bottom it says, which talk about the Religious Freedom Act amendments, it says, which clearly and specifically protect the rights of members of federally recognized Indian tribes to use, possess, transport, and cultivate peyote for their own traditional religious purposes throughout the U.S. Again, he got it right there. That's right to the point. Then the next paragraph, they talk about, broadly speaking, IPCI's comments are premised on conveying considerations the USPTO should take in account of formulating the most effective measures to protect indigenous knowledge, both domestically and internationally. So the World Intellectual Property Organization is the international arm to protect us. USPTO has a trust obligation to protect us here domestically in America. We're trying to merge those two. And they said some really good things in here to help with that. And I'm going to turn the page here and go to page 4. First paragraph, peyote's positioning in the legal landscape is largely grounded in the fact that the United States, pursuant to the Controlled Substances Act and the American Indian Religious Freedom Act amendments in '94, peyote is a Schedule I drug and is exclusively legal only for bona fide religious use by indigenous practitioners who are members of federally recognized tribes. So he got it really clear here. And these are the bookends. This is what the elders talk about all the time. The Controlled Substances Act on one side and ARFA over here. This is the body of law. This is the only thing holding up the dam, this tsunami that's coming our way. Then at the bottom of the page it says, it is also important, however, to not interfere with existing legal protections and to indeed be aware of and enforce existing legal protections. Relatives, despite the back and forth, we're saying the same thing in our comments too. We're saying the same thing. We're trying to get on the same page. And in little areas we are, but there's a lot more to be done. And then I'm going to go down to the questions here. It says USPTO's trust obligation should compel it to do all that it can do to protect and preserve and advance peyote's current domestic legal status and advocate for increased international protections. What they're saying, same thing we said. This trust obligation also extends to international through the World Intellectual Property Organization, that they have to protect this. So widespread diffusion not only threatens the spiritual integrity of peyote. Widespread diffusion, diffusion means spreading. It means disseminating. So here's the IPCI comments. Widespread diffusion threatens the integrity of peyote. They turned this in one week. The next week they're on TikTok showing people how to make a half crescent moon, a peyote moon, how to cedar people, how to do this and that. So the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. And they got to get it together because people call it, white man has a word for it, they call it schizophrenia.
Your mouth is up a little bit like this big.
And he talks here about exploiting ethnogenic medicines and the enforcement. That's ethnogenic medicines. That's exactly what the funders are doing. So how do you have credibility and how can you be perceived as legitimate if your funder, Bronner and Cody, are funding all these legalization initiatives, but yet here you're putting something in front of a federal agency saying that we're against the exploitation of ethnogenic plants, when they're on the record endorsing it, supporting that, and their funders support that. This is what Justin's talking about. It's the hypocrisy.
Daddy, little bit like this big, and look at me.
And then the last paragraph, and I'm going to wrap it up, it says, well, I'm going to wrap this piece up. It says, adding to the increasing diffusion of a dwindling supply of peyote and over-harvesting, poaching, and lack of care for the environment, patenting and commercialization initiatives implicating peyote represent an especially concerning affront to indigenous communities, their spiritual practices, traditional medicines, and their intellectual property. No, the affront is to us, members of federally recognized tribes, the ones that have the legal status. And the commercialization is the goal. They're not legalizing these things so that someone's going to be on a street corner giving you a pill of mescaline. They're trying to legalize them because these insurance companies, once they have FDA approval, will give you third-party reimbursement, or they'll pay for it. Or you can have a therapeutic shop where people will pay for services.
Look at me, this is a little bit like this big.
So again, tribes and the historic democratic representative bodies of the Native American Church, they're the ones that have the say, and nobody else. And this is something that was interesting in here. I'm going to read this last thing. It says a key feature, this is page 5, third paragraph, a key feature of the instrument under negotiation before World Intellectual Property Organization is the disclosure requirement that would require anyone filing an application to patent an invitation like a new medical drug containing mescaline or peyote to disclose the origin or source from which they obtained the genetic resource and traditional knowledge that were necessary or material to the development of the invention. We totally agree. They should disclose who's giving them consent. But we want to take it a step further. Disclosure means sunlight. It means transparency. They should disclose who their funders are. They should disclose their financial interests. They should disclose where the money comes from. Also, the World Intellectual Property Organization, they should have a disclosure who's going to be benefiting from this. Who are the companies? Who's their boards? Who are getting contracts to doing that? This disclosure is way broader, and it's called sunlight. And that's what we're doing. We're just kind of lifting that curtain back a little bit. We don't know all that's going on, but we know what's been put out there in broad daylight. And that's where we're at. So this is their comments. And Justin was saying, we were in DC and we were talking about this, and we were working with tribes to help them prepare for this consultation. So is NARF, so is NCI. And I think we did a really good job, and you could see our comments in the QR code. You could see it on our Facebook as well. And that's kind of what I wanted to say about USPTO. And then as we get into my conclusion, my uncle's going to talk next. And I know he's going to say whatever I don't say, but I'm okay. We're here in New Mexico, so most of the people who are Cowboy fans here, Dallas Cowboy fans, are there any? Okay, you guys haven't won a meaningful game since the 90s, you know, right? But you're a great dynasty, right? All right, who's Arizona Cardinal fans? You guys have never won a meaningful game. You have nothing, you know. So I'm a Bronco fan, okay? Any Bronco fans? Yeah. And man, I hate eating this humble pie. It's bad. It's like, because all through the 70s, you know, we had Randy Gradishar. He's going to be in Hall of Fame. And Craig Morton, his knees were all busted up, but he'd still get us the win, you know, every time. And then John Elway come about, right? So we're used to winning from all the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. And then we got Peyton Manning, you know, we barely ever lost all of that. That's what you call a dynasty. Now, my brother, you guys got to encourage him because he's a Viking fan. They've lost 4 Super Bowls. They never won, you know, in all these years. But we're a dynasty. And it really is part of what's dynamic. You're never good forever. You have to keep reinventing. You have to get younger. You have to change how you're coaching. You have to change how things are. When this fictitious National Council of Native American Churches was created, Cody Swift, who's being part of an investigation at Johns Hopkins for lack of rigorous fidelity to academic standards, he also did that to us. That's part of the racism, relatives. You have an obligation to know who you're working with. If you're going to go run off and declare somebody a leader, you should investigate. You should verify. You should look at the minutes of the organization, right? And all these organizations should have minutes. You should look at the number of people who voted. You want to say somebody's a chief? You want to call them your elder? How many people actually voted for them in the election? Were the elections free? Were they advertised? Were the memberships? Was there access to it? In Oklahoma, back in October, I saw a miracle happen. The Native American Church of Oklahoma announced 4 months before the meeting they were going to have their election for their officers. Every 2 years they do it. They had the election, witnesses everywhere. The round hall was all full of people. They elected their body. Nobody said you can't be here, you're not a delegate, you're not authorized. They did it all in the open. And then they all shook hands, hugged each other, had honor songs. They had a Peyote meeting that night. These democracies of the historical representative bodies, the institutions of the Native American Church, have been disrupted by Cody Swift and his funding of the disruption. My brother's a living physical manifestation example of that here. And this whole thing of if you say the truth, you're going to pay a price, you're going to be punished, someone's going to get you, how it's going to be. We can't live like that. And my brother, I think a lot of him, and I want things right here too, but it's not our job to make it right. You guys have to. Fix it up. Make it work again, where everybody's represented. Where NACNA, ABNDN, Peyote Way of Life, Oklahoma, where we're all together doing something positive for our children, not for us. We could dislike how someone is or whatever, but we all need each other, and it needs to be together. And I feel like when I say the racism, when I asked Cody Swift to meet with us, he referred us in an email saying, I will not meet with you. If you want to meet, you meet with the tribal leaders. And that's what he called them. And I really responded. I said, I'm confused. Who are you talking about, tribal leaders? Nobody elected them leaders. They don't have a reporting accountability mechanism. They don't ever come to things like this and brief people on what's happening. They don't represent. They don't have memberships. They don't have a constituent base. They don't have anything. This is dangerous. And in closing, I'm going to, Pancho, he's, I don't know, like people just send him stuff, and one day someone sent him an 80-page document of an email between Decrim Nature in Oakland or San Francisco and the River Styx and IPCI people. And for a whole 2 years, they argued over peyote or mescaline. And the people arguing allegedly on our behalf never contacted us or anything. And this is what they're talking about. Our name was used in those California bills without our consent, without our knowledge. But Miriam Velat, my friend, she's responding here. And I'm going to just read one thing she responds. 80 pages, 2 years back and forth arguing over mescaline or peyote. And she's talking to Decrim Nature. And she's saying this. Thank you, Carlos. He's the Decrim Nature. He said, sounds like Decrim Nature at this time is much less formal than how the NACs and ABNDN works. NACs are churches under federal distinction as such, created in 1918 to protect the existing fireplaces. The presidents of these church organizations are voted in by members, along with other officers. It represents all members and formally affiliated with many, many chapters, which also have voted members. The presidents of the largest organizations work together to represent all members of national issues through a consensus voting, discussion, approval process by delegates and chapters and small church leaders with different titles. So imagine 300,000 people actively engaged in details of decision making. There are similar but distinct missions and bylaws in different organizations that make up the national organization. Happy to share more if it's helpful. So what she's saying is everything they've done is invalid according to her own words. Because whenever did anybody come to you guys and explain all this that's happening or ask you for permission to legalize mescaline? Nobody came to NACNA, didn't come to Oklahoma. And what I'm trying to get at here is, it's what Justin was saying. They know, and you don't get it both ways. You don't get it both ways. And we had a resolution years ago, NACNA, and it goes, now therefore be it resolved that NACNA hereby stands in unity, and that all members, affiliated chapters, and delegates shall endeavor to keep the mission of the church as a primary focus when joining together in fellowship and for the business of this holy church. That all affiliated chapters, delegates, and individual members shall work in a betterment of the church, and that individuals or groups who work to create divisiveness, dissension, or attack our church shall be encouraged to direct their attention towards other causes. Encouraged to direct their attention towards other causes. You know what that means, relatives? It means they're going to kick you out. If you have an opinion that's different, if you have a policy disagreement that's different, if you have a debate position that's different, instead of working on it in discourse and unity and coming to a consensus like what Marion was explaining, they're just going to kick you out or impeach you. If you're a barrier, they'll get rid of it like that. This is the danger. And I'm so very proud I'll be offering a resolution to repudiate this and take this off our books too. Because this was used as a weapon. This was used to weaponize. And we have a brother, that's no more. He's gone now, Ted Strong, Yakima Nation. He was one of the strong vocal voices on this policy discrepancy, what he didn't agree with. And what did the White Swan people, the Yakima people, get when they expressed themselves in a legitimate discourse? They were kicked out of NACNA as a chapter, and they were silenced, their voice. We can't do that to each other. We can't do that to each other. Debate is good. Discussion is good. It's going to strengthen us, not weaken us. And there's no hierarchy. There's no chiefs above everybody else out there. So I just leave you with those words. It's discouraging.
Hurry up, but how many times I gotta tell you?
It's discouraging sometimes. We do our best. We go in the teepee, everybody prays for unity, right? I don't believe that people really truly pray against each other. I know it happens, but I don't want to believe it. I believe we all pray for each other. It gets discouraging sometimes. You're trying to show your children the best way to be. Trying to explain to them these ways there's no price tag on it. They're not for profiteering. You try to explain that to them and then they see this over there. Or they see some guy over here. See somebody singing honor songs for white people at a psychedelic conference. Talking about intellectual property. What belongs to what? How's it going to be? This is what he's talking about. So we got some dangerous days ahead and we have some challenges ahead. We do, but if we stick together, we're going to be all right. We're going to be just fine. I believe that. We wouldn't have come here if we didn't believe that. We wouldn't have left our home fireplaces up north if we didn't believe that. This is worth it. You guys are worth it. My time is worth it with you.
Daddy, how long I gotta tell you? Then let's go.
You want the pussy, the Navajo mama.
So I know our NCI has to make his way back. I know there was a few questions. I just want to thank our brother Ryan for the good update. You know, some true serum in a real nice way. So I'll turn this time, Raymond, was there, I know there was a few questions for him. Just want to kind of shine light on that before he has to leave.
Thank you, President. Any questions, comments from the NCI? If not, thank you very much for inviting me here and sharing some words with you. There you go.
I sure liked your presentation earlier today. As I sat here and I listened to you, it was a really good, strong presentation you did. The question that came across my mind is, in what way is your organization, or what are they doing to help the NACNA or the Peyote organization to, with medical plants, or is the organization working in that form?
Thank you for that question. You know, we have a strong leadership under President Macaro from Pachango, based in California. So we have 12 delegates that represent different regions, plus 12 alternates that represent that region. One of the things that President Macaro, under his leadership now, is advocating for such for health, education, and other forms of issues. One of the things that we're doing as Southwest region, Pacific region, we're taking those issues up to the Capitol Hill ourselves, meeting with the senators, meeting with the state representatives and whatnot. So we're doing our effort as far as advocating on the personal issues, and it all depends on the region, what they want to push for. So my region at this past conference was health and education were real strong points that they wanted to push for. So those things that I advocated for the Southwest region, health and education. So that's something that I can certainly put on my calendar as far as moving forward. So this is really interesting for me. This is the first time I'm hearing about this peyote moving forward. So how some of the advocacy, that's what I wanted to say, kind of stay and hear more about it. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any other comments, questions? Yes, it is. It is election 2-year terms for Southwest regions, and now the regions 2-year terms.
Again, thank you, brother, for coming up from your country, coming up here making treks. A lot of it, the talk that's taking place by our legal counsel as well as our legislative advisor and questions out there and so forth, the focus of a lot of these is this issue that's facing the Native American church all over the country is a wake-up call, and it's a slow process. And part of it is getting all the indigenous nation, the Indians, the Native Americans, somebody said Puerto Rican, but I how shall I call it? The indigenous people of this continent, original. And we have some relatives up like the Taos Nation, and then the other way, the Southwest. They have very powerful traditional foundation of what they do. What would be your recommendation to our organization to also reach out and have some type of communicate with them so we can further spread the message?
Sure. That's a great question. You know, one thing I would say, I mentioned Kivas for our community and your Hogans in your community. Once we go into your Hogans and the Kivas, every person in there is the same, in my opinion. There's nobody higher authority. If y'all walk into those Hogans and Kivas, we're all the same, women, men. And that's one thing I would stress moving forward is recommending that going to your Hogans, have those inner spiritual meanings within those confines, as we do in our Kivas. Come out with that same communication. And really it is communication moving forward. This is the first I'm hearing of it. It's great information, it's something that I can carry forward for the NCI organization representing the Southwest, but I can share with the other regions as well. But it's important that we reach ourselves within ourselves, go in those Hogans and have that same communication. What I'm hearing is there's other organizations out there or communicating differently. And that's hard to control at times, but you have the ability to control that information. You have your groups right here, your leaders that carry that message. But I would say my recommendation before going back to your Hogans and going to those Kivas and relay the same message, come out of the Hogans, same communication. 'Cause a lot of times if I tell him, her, or something, that message gets changed a little bit. By the time you get to the 20th person, it's not the same message. So we all need to get on the same page, turn the page together. I would recommend as well moving forward. And also remember where you come from, who you are, and where you represent. Remember that. So and then pass it on to your kids. So that's what I have.
With that being said, the national organization, NACNA, with NCI, we also established from that 2009 resolution in supporting the NAC relatives on sustainability. They formed a Peyote task force. So FYI, good relatives. So I just want to thank this wonderful gentleman again. So let's give him a good round of applause here.
One more message. One more message, relatives. August 4th, can everybody write that down on your piece of paper? August 4th is our annual feast day in Santo Domingo, Pueblo. Everyone is invited out there, lots of food, lots of great dancers, two sides of the Kivas dancing all together all day long. Please, when you get a chance, come out there. Best way to find me, I can certainly take you to my dad's house, is find me in the plaza. I also belong to the church council and the tribal council as well. So that's one of the things I serve in my community, church council and the tribal council. Best place to find me is in the plaza. We'll have a shrine there. St. Dominic's our patron saint. Please find me. Don't hesitate. Come up to me and grab my hand. Whatever you need to do, just find me and I'll take you to my dad's house to share, break bread. Okay, so August 4th, please, all day long.
Okay,
thank you.
Real good, and we'll see you again. God bless, and thank you for all what you do for Indian country here. So we'll go on down here to our Daryl Red Cloud, our delegate of South Dakota NACNA. You know, Native connections to medicine and sovereignty, shining light on some of the good encouragement here.
I don't know. Are you going to take a break?
You can take a break. Fine. You ready? It's up to you. That's fine. Okay, we'll go for a 10-minute break here, real quick, before we go to Mr. Red Cloud. A 10-minute break.
That's fine.
We're kind of right on time here.
That's good.
So 10-minute break. I know we're just about done. Also in closing, you know, I have a real wonderful, story here I want to share with you good relatives. You know, so I'll invite you all to stay tuned. Stay tuned. And so 10 minutes.
Hello, everybody. I'd just like to introduce myself before I get started with what I wanted to say. My name is Daryl Red Cloud. I am from Pine Ridge, South Dakota. I am Oglala Lakota. My name, my Lakota name, my native name is pronounced Wambli Shio Ahi. Eagle brings a message is who I am. And ever since I was brought on, John and the rest of the board and working with the brothers and the nephew and so forth, you know, after I started a couple of years ago, you know, they asked me to come over, they invited me over and invited me to the convention, and eventually they made me a South Dakota state delegate, and then at that time I took it upon myself, and I was raised by my father, my mother, my grandfather, grandmother.
I'd say, hey, I just want to hear what I say here. Please, if you're going to converse, do it in the hallway. Where's an important message? There's a lot of people listening through the live streaming. Thank you.
So where I grew up, where I come from, the stories that were shared with me whenever I was just a young boy. I went to a lot of Peyote meetings when I was 4 years old, and I'm 59 years old today. When I was 4 years old, my brother and my older sister, they took me to a Peyote meeting, and they wanted me to sing. So whenever the staff came around and they would wake me up, I would be sleeping behind them, and they would wake me up and say, "Hey, it's time to sing." So so I get up, and I'm 4 years old, and I'm sitting there and I sing, and then when I'm done, I pass it on and I lay back down and go to sleep. But since that time, I would go back to my grandmother's house, and as she's cooking, using her wood stove to cook and so forth, then I would be hanging around there listening to my grandfather talk, listening to my other grandfathers come over whenever they talk about our way of life, the Lakota, Wichocha, the stories of our people and so forth. So I listened to them. I never knew and never really took it into consideration that I would be doing something like this, standing up for a Lakota, Wichocha, a way of life for our people. But my grandfathers and my grandmothers and my uncles and my aunts, my dad, my mom, and them, whenever I was growing up around the fireplace, then they would ask me to help them. I would take care of the fire and help them whichever way they needed help. Then I moved around to being a drumming for them, taking care of drum for them, helping them every weekend, putting up teepees and doing all of that, learning everything they had to teach me around this fireplace. All the words of wisdom, all the knowledge, all the things they talked about and so forth. I experienced all of that. I listened to all of that. And way over here today, I try my best to live according to the way they explained it to me. So a little bit of history where I come from. My last name, Red Cloud. I come from my great-great-great-grandfather, Chief Red Cloud, is where I come from. Where he comes from is his father, his name was Lone Man. His mother's name was Walks with a Thought, was her name. They died at a really young age after my grandfather was born. So my grandfather, he had an uncle by the name of Smoke. He took him under his wing and he raised him. My grandfather did not have the chiefhood in his bloodline, but he proved himself as a young boy, and growing up, learning from the elders, learning from the grandfather Smoke, and as he was growing up, he became a mighty, mighty warrior. Eventually, he became a mighty war chief of our people. He led the only battle that ever defeated, the first defeat for the United States history. Led the battle and defeated the United States in history. But from there, I want to I want to talk about where he became a chief for our people. Whenever he was growing up, he learned all the values of life, the virtues that we live by: generosity, compassion, respect, honor. He learned all of these things as he was growing up. And he became a provider. He went out on hunting parties and brought back buffalo meat for the handicapped, the less fortunate, the elderlies, and so forth. He waited on the people. The people started to recognize how he was going about and how he was doing things and how he was helping the people. As he was growing, then he needed to go out and defend the people. So he became a warrior and he went out and defended the people. Became part of our societies, our Lakota way of life. He was leaders in those societies and so forth. They recognized that for him, even though the chiefhood was not in his bloodline. The people, they looked at him and for the way he was and how he cared for the people, how he carried the values, the virtues, the values of our people. How he became this leader of our people was the people chose. They chose him to be that leader. In our language, they say, "Kachniga." Wichashakihe kachniga pilohi, they say. They have chosen this man. The people as a whole seen this and they chose this man to be this leader. So that's how he became the leader of our people. Became very famous in this country. Then from him, while he was leading battle against the United States Cavalry on the Bozeman Trail, crazy horse, young man afraid of his horses, different ones became the young warriors under him as he commanded them, and eventually won the first battle in 1851. Then the 1851 treaty was made with our people. Then from there, eventually he became a really strong statesman for the Lakota people, Lakota, Nakota, Dakota, not only them, but for all indigenous people throughout this country. Made many trips to Washington, D.C., trying to find a way that our people will survive. The indigenous Lakota native people of this country will survive. Trying to figure out a way, trying to negotiate, trying to learn the way of the Skawichasha, the white man. Trying to look out for all the native people of this country. Trying to make things in just a way that our people will continue, his future generations would continue on. And that's how they made it, along with other chiefs of other different tribes throughout different parts of this country. They made it that way. So that's where we are today. No doubt, for sure, there was prayers made for each and every one of us. We were their future generation back then. And we are their living prayers today. So whenever we're going to represent our people, what they did for me after I got done drumming for my uncles and my dads and my grandfathers and them, they called a business meeting together, ancient Native American church, and they come together. And one of my uncles stood up and said, we think it's time that Darryl starts to run the meetings. I was only 29 years old at that time. And the whole church congregation was there. They sat around and they all agreed. They voted on it, they did what they did, laughed around, joked around. It was a happy time. They chose me to be this representative for the ancient Native American church. So from that time on, the next day, we went, and then that following weekend, they had a meeting, and they had me sit down in the roadman position there. They sat me down, my brother, older brother, Alfred, drummed for me. My father took care of the cedar. One of my other brothers took care of the fire. The family and all my uncles and aunts and grandfathers in the church congregation came over, and they supported that. So that's how I became a leader in the Native American church. I seen the passion of our older, my aunts, uncles, my dads, my moms, all of them. I seen the passion that they had, the belief, the faith that they had in this medicine, Peyote, Pejuta Wakan, they say in our language. We seen it, I seen them. They stood up, they shed tears to a point where some of our people, they laid their loved ones to rest at the fireplace through this medicine. That's how much faith they believed. That's how much faith they believed in this medicine and this way of life, believed in that everlasting life. They believed in that, so they went that far. They gave their life up for it. My mother would cry as she was under the influence of this medicine, as she was praying with this tobacco. She would be praying for the loved ones that laid their life for this way and other ways, other ceremonial ways throughout Indian country. And that really touched me. So my mother told me after the meeting, she said, the people are going to depend on you. She said, so whenever you go out there, watch what you do. Watch how you do things. Be careful. People are going to say things to you. So people might upset you. Be careful, she said, how you go out there. You're going to be representing Creator. You're going to be representing this peyote, this medicine. Try to get along with everybody. Try your best. Be careful, she said. So from that time on, I started to run that way. The point that I'm trying to make is whenever we select our leaders, like Ryan, Justin were talking about, instead of these bogus people standing up and saying, this is who I represent, choose them wisely. Those ones are going to lead that sincere way of life. That's how we need to be. So there's a few things that I wrote up. I'm an educator. I work at the Oglala Lakota College. I'm a professor in the Lakota Studies Department for the Oglala Lakota College. I share a lot of history, just like the gentleman over here shared this morning. A lot of the ceremonies. Talk about the plants that grow up on Mother Earth. Tell the stories from the beginning. Tell the stories of our people, how life began. Share those things with the younger generation so that they can learn, so that they could know who they are, and so that they could call themselves a Native person. Rather it be Dene, rather it be Lakota. They could stand up proudly and say, this is who I am. Speaking our language, knowing our culture, knowing our way of life. Those are very important for the younger generation today. Plant medicines. There are a lot of medicines in this world. We believe that Creator put medicines in this country for Native peoples of this country. For the Native people, it is up to us, Native people, to unite and make a stand for our sacred medicine, Peyote. And that means in every way possible. If we have a voice and we know something and we're not afraid to use that voice, to educate ourselves on the issues that we're talking about all day today. Stand up and start to say something about it, or else these things that they're talking about could be happening. The presentation Ryan gave, those things could happen. In today's world, it's really moving fast. There's a lot of disrespect coming from the non-Native people. They don't care how we believe. They don't care how we look at things. They don't care we believe in this medicine. To them, it's a dollar sign. Great Spirit, the Supreme Creator, power in the universe, made all things. So caused to be everything related. The human kind, the animal kind, the plant kind, the spirit kind, all the elements, the water, the wind, the fire, everything. Creator made it all. He even created mankind. Since everything had been born from the same source, all of creation has the same sacred spirit. We all carry that same sacred spirit Creator used to create all. From the plant life, the smallest insects to the biggest animals, to all of mankind throughout the world, the stars, the wind, the sun, the rain, everything. Put His holy creation into that. So all of it is sacred. The belief of our people, our Lakota people. The trees, the mountains, the earth. Human beings are only one part of this great intricate web of creation. Neither superior nor inferior to any other, whether a bear, an elk, an ant, a rock, are all equal in sacredness, no matter what. That's how it is. That's how the Lakota, that's how the Native people think. That's how come we use the medicines. That's how come we believe in the medicines. They have healing properties of all different kinds. Whatever the ailment might be that we might have. The animals, they go around upon Mother Earth. The insects, they go around on Mother Earth. And they eat all the good things that are good for them, all the medicines and so forth. That's why the deer can run really fast and they're really strong. That's why the bear is really strong and hardly ever gets sick. That's why the animals exist upon this creation. They're very strong. They play their role, their purpose in this life, the way we say it. Creator creates the world directly. Nothing exists but darkness in the beginning. As aspect of the Creator known as the sacred spirit. Creator sent His spirit to inhabit within the darkness. And this became the rock. And so rock existed with sacredness. Creator wanted to expand His creation. So made earth, Makah. And from His blood, He made the sky, Shkun. Everything that is sacred is covered. Goes all the way around the earth. Everything within is sacred. Everything. We as Native people are not superior over all creation. We are part of creation. And that is why we understand the sacredness of this big circle of life. The white man, the people that come from a different country, they do not understand the concept, the way the Native people think their spirituality. They don't understand that. No matter how hard they try, no matter how much money they spend, they do not have that concept. They can't grab it. They can't comprehend it. They try in every which way. They beat on our drums. They sing our songs. They dance our dances. But they never could get that one thing. How Native people are tied into creation. So rather than just go with that and be satisfied with that, they're going further. They're putting it under a microscope. They want to see what it's all about. They want to be like Creator. They're trying to be like Creator is the way I see it. And it's to a point where they start to give it a name. We call it medicine. We call it Peyote. But then to them, they can't figure it out, so they want to put it under a microscope and try to see what it is. They ain't going to get that neither. However many times they cut it up, however many times they try to extract what they're calling mescaline, they're not going to ever get it. They will not ever get the way the Native people are connected. And that's what they want. They know that our Native people throughout this land have that connection with Creator, with all of creation, all the medicines that grow upon Mother Earth. The gentleman was saying there is some bad ones out there. I agree with that. But then they were created by Creator, so there is a sacredness within them. There is a purpose for them. as well in this creation. So our people believe in that. We believe in that form. Because of this belief, peyote mescaline are one and the same. There's no difference to me, the way I understand it. Peyote is a peyote button. Within that, there's mescaline. To me, that is Creator's Holy Spirit. That's what it is. Mescaline is a scientific term, maybe a white man's term. But I don't see there's any separation there. We need to help them to understand that that's what it is. It's a spirit from Creator. The non-natives are trying to separate the two because they do not understand the spiritual connection. To them, it is just an object, a plant that has no spirit. To the non-native, it is a plant that has a chemical that they want to experiment with, kind of like playing with Creator's Holy Spirit. The Creator made the medicines on Mother Earth for all creation to help themselves whenever needed. Everything living on earth is from Creator, so it is sacred. All living things play a vital role in creation. When the non-native starts to mess with the natural world, then the sacredness of Creator, that Creator put into them, changes for the bad, and it becomes a habit. We know that. We see that. There's other medicines that were growing upon all of Mother Nature. White man goes over there and tries to study it and tries to mess around with its composition. Once that happens, then it changes the sacredness of that medicine. And then sometimes it becomes a bad habit. Some of our young ones got into that. Some of the other people, the other nations, got into that, become sick, not thinking right. Creator blessed mankind to think right, to think with a clear mind. Had He wanted you to think in a whole different way, then He would have born you that way. But that's not the way it is. Creator wanted you to think clearly, do the right thing, be the right kind of a person. So Creator blessed this creation with this medicine. Creator seen it that the native people of this country, we're going to need that healing of some sort. We're going to need that guidance of some sort. We're going to need that comfort in some sort. So Creator blessed Mother Earth with this peyote, pejuta, wakan. Blessed the creation with it. So from there, Creator made it in a way that the peyote was discovered by the indigenous people. And eventually it spread all over the country. So when we say we don't want this to be messed with at all, we want to preserve it in its natural state, in its natural habitat. That's what we want. That's what we're fighting for. We all need to educate ourselves in that manner. That's a little bit of what I got to say about the medicine. All what you guys have been hearing from the morning, from the prayer, from the flag ceremony, all the way up till Ryan got done talking about. Really, really strong, really educational. I encourage you to pick it up. Pick it up, go through those QR codes. Look at those documents. Educate yourself on this. This is very important. We can't let money distract us in any way. My father stood up at the Senate hearings in 1991, testified on behalf of this peyote. Before he testified for this peyote, he said, he was talking to me, he said, there's a lot of good peyote men in this country, he said. There's a lot of good peyote women, he said, in this country. Good ones too, he said. But he said, Creator and this Peyote, they chose me to say something on behalf of this one, he said. So he stood up there and he stood up and he told the senators over there at that time, there is nothing wrong with this Peyote. I have many children, I have relatives. There's nothing wrong with their head. There's nothing wrong with their thinking. They're good, they're healthy, he said. This Peyote is good. That's all he said. And then he walked away. That's all that needed to be said. If you could really, really think about it. That's all that needed to be said. Tribal sovereignty. In its most basic sense, tribal sovereignty, the inherent authority of tribes to govern themselves, allows tribes to honor and preserve their culture and traditional ways of life. Tribal sovereignty is also a political status recognized by the federal government, protected by the U.S. Constitution, and treaties made generations ago and upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court. Sovereignty, many different forms of it. Depending on how you understand it, I asked many good friends of mine, brothers of mine, I even asked Ryan if he could explain it to me. And he had a different opinion as well. Tribal sovereignty, depending on how you want to look at it and how you want to define it. It could be good for our people if you choose the right one. But then you're going to make it difficult on yourself if you get caught up in a different direction. What we're stressing right now is we need to utilize this tribal sovereignty here in this way of life, this Native American church. Try to find ways to preserve this medicine, utilizing sovereignty, because we have that given right. Like Justin said, they didn't give us this tribal sovereignty. Even before they came across the water, we already had that amongst our people. It was our right to practice our way of life. So we did. All different tribes throughout the whole country, we did. Yeah, we had a little bit of dispute here and there along the way, but we also respected one another in our ways of life. That was our sovereignty. That was the way we were, the way we are. I feel that we, as NAC Peyote members of this way of life, need to unite and seek out ways to use tribal sovereignty to bring more of the government's attention to how important our ceremonial practice are when it comes to the sacred medicines of this land. We have to be the voice. No matter where we are in this country and we utilize this peyote and we're sincere about it and we're trying to do the right thing about it, no matter what tribe we represent, we need to get our tribal governments involved. Talk about it. It's one of the last medicines of our people that the United States government wants. They got everything else. They got gold, they got oil, they got land, they got our language, they got all of that. But this peyote, we need to preserve. We need to preserve. We need to hang on to it. We need to do what we need to preserve it the best way we can. We need to do our best to understand this tribal sovereignty and use it to our advantage. Find a way to use it to protect all native ways of life, all ceremonies, all medicines. The NACNA strongly encourages all tribal governments to get involved with this matter. Unity among tribes of this country on this matter is the only way the people in Washington, D.C. will hear our voice. We have to unite, and we have to show up over there in D.C. Follow these guys around. They're doing a really good job. We need to jump on board. We need to tell our tribal chairmen, tell our tribal peoples, hey, let's go. We need to stand up. We need to do something. Do it in a lawful, educated way, and then things could be possible. In today's world, if we try to stand up and protest, hold a sign and scream something at somebody, they're not going to want to listen to you. They're going to walk away. But if we take the approach that the NAC of NA is doing, how they're doing it, in an educated, professional manner, people are starting to look, doors are starting to open over there in Washington, D.C. I've seen it. I heard them talk. A couple of times I had to tell them, hey, cut it short. But nonetheless, they're doing a really good job. Really, really doing a good job. It says, sovereignty allows tribes to honor and preserve their cultures and traditional ways of life. We as Native tribes have sacred ceremonial ways. These are our culture, our sovereign right. Peyote ceremonies, sweat lodge ceremonies, sun dances, and other types of dances and ceremonies. In these sacred ceremonies, we have sacred items, songs, and medicines. These are our sovereign rights, so we as Native people must respect the way of our ancestors and keep them sacred, so that the non-Native people will see and have better understanding for us and for what we're trying to do. I know it is hard to hear things like this, but because of the way of the world today, if we want non-natives to see and respect our way, then we need to observe the sacredness ourselves by not allowing our own people to abuse the sacredness of our ways, by not commercializing the sacred ways of our people, like video, recordings, pictures, things like that, selling spiritual items, things like this. They see us doing that like we don't have respect for it. Then so they come and they don't have no respect for it either. To them, it's just an object. If we're going to say this is sacred and we're going to treat it that way, we're going to pray with them and cry with them and sing with them and all of this type of stuff, sing for better health, happiness for our loved ones and all of this type of stuff, then hey, maybe we should take a look at it ourselves. Maybe we should preserve those, keep them hidden like the relatives were saying. Keep them sacred. Then it's going to be good for us. They'll see that. And they'll say, hey, those guys are sincere about what they're trying to do, how they're trying to be. So that's a little bit of what I got to say. I could go on and on and on, but I'm always telling John over here, hey, get to the point. You talk too much. A lot of the times I'm just joking around, but that's the type of person I am. I try to get to the point because that's what I was told by my father. He said, don't be carrying on. You might put somebody to sleep. Don't be carrying on. You might make somebody laugh when you're trying to be serious. Or you might hurt somebody's feelings, he said. So get to the point, he said. Get to the point and then leave it at that. If they're going to understand it, then they'll understand it. If they don't, then they don't, he said, but you said what you wanted to say. I want to say thank you to John and the board and all the boys up here, the young ones, Ryan back there, the rest of the people, each and every one of you. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for coming and listening to what little we had to say. We hope that everything that we had to say was educational for you. We hope that we cleared questions that you might have had. We hope that you gathered some strength. We hope that we encouraged you, gave you some enthusiasm about learning more and more about what's happening here. So we just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. Aho, mitaku ye oyasing.
I want to thank, I know Eagle was in there somewhere, his Indian name, so instead of Red Eagle. Hey. But before we go, we're almost going to put the brakes on here, but we had a few questions we want to kind of address here. Turn this time over here to our legal rep. So I'm going to thank Daryl for a really awesome job, A+ today.
There were some questions that were dropped off over here concerning my presentation and then Ryan's presentations and things like that. Just a point of clarification. We are against decriminalization. I believe that I might have left out a word earlier in my presentation where I might have said we condone decriminalization, so don't be confused. We are against decriminalization of peyote and mescaline, so the point of clarification. Then there's a question of, are you trying to amend American Indian Religious Freedom Act? Is that what you're trying to do? Apparently, there is a word out on the street that that's what we're doing. And case in point, there is a and that resolution that's going to be passed by the Navajo Nation Council. To enash the dolish, to et all you that either behest and ashago de behet or sit a kut a heye. We oppose the decriminalization of peyote and mescaline throughout the United States of America, states, counties, wherever. If you see a resolution out there, you're probably going to see one tomorrow. If it does not contain mescaline, then you're missing the point. You have to have that mescaline on there in either to make it legitimate, in either for that resolution not to be contradictory or confusing or hypocritical. Na kin leo ana kin lo asha shindota tsihigi pa hodlonsh kwe resolution khatacha adole. Educate your council delegates on that, because they are the ones who are going to pass it. You delegate no shinigi besh mahtasa ana no shinigi ni heet de nepayashti ben ni yekwen khada isnel. That would be the comment. There's nothing else. I think that's what you need to say as Ade to come together with your leaders and say, Ado and that begin to advocate all of that. You see, because we feel that you are our voices also. We can't be at every meetings. We can't post Facebook presentations every week. We can't do all of that. But you can. 1, 2, 3 sets of ears, that's where you're going to begin from, to educate them, to clarify things. You need to dispel that. And one thing that's really interesting, and I was listening to my brother here, talking about sovereignty and the official word. And he was talking about that, and he was talking about the way that his chiefs in his lineage were picked to be the spokesperson to do all of these things. And then the spirit, he's talking about a warrior spirit to say no, a warrior spirit to challenge something that is not, somebody that is not doing right, or to address an issue that is not right. It's a warrior spirit. That's what he talked about. So begin to learn that and begin to advocate that. So it's really interesting that one of my aunts came up here earlier and she reiterated some things, and I agree with her. Ourselves between Navajo to Navajo, or even Indian to Indian. We're so quick to criticize one another and to confront one another. No. But the real person, property, or parties, why is it that we don't get up and say, Shohei, you're missing over there. Where are you? All of you Facebookers that are throwing stuff as we're going through our session today. I don't see you over there. I don't see you in Washington telling Congress this establishment clause is no good. You're missing the point. I don't see anybody over there. So if you're going to do that, either you're going to join the bandwagon here and advocate on behalf of the Navajo people, all the Indian nations that are out there. If you can't do that, get out of the way. Get out of the way. If you don't have anything good to say, just don't say it. Don't post it. Create your own page and complain all you want on your own page. Native American Church of North America Facebook page is for good things. To build camaraderie, to build a coalition. It's not for you to kind of put out your dirty laundry out there. Leave it at your home. Create your own page. Complain to yourself over there. Because we don't have time for you. So, I think we have to begin to understand. And on the flip side of that, what is your role? Your role is to say, hey, behave yourself. Who is your mom? Who is your dad? Who are your folks? Who's your roadman? Who is your hatchatli? That's not their teaching. That's your responsibility. I said it in Washington, and I will say it again. Edmund Burke, I'm going to quote him again. I said that his quote was the fact that the way not to address evil and negativity is the man that doesn't say anything. No, you got to say something. And what you're going to say is, that's your responsibility. That's the question that was posed to us. What do we do? What's your role? I believe that that's your role. The Establishment Clause, can you clarify that? The Establishment Clause is a First Amendment in the United States Constitution that says the government will not endorse nor condone a religion. Washington, by the same token, Washington that's what it means. Establishment Clause. So you wanted me to clarify that. There's some questions that were posed, and I don't know if there were other questions that you had, but I think that my brother kind of opened up to a question and answering session there to clarify. Maybe there's some things something that my brother said you might not have understood, or something that I might have said that you need clarification. Navajos are famous for this. When you say that, pose a question, that doesn't mean you're going to tell a 25-minute story. If you have a question, ask the question. Then we'll have an answer.
He has a question. Now I'm going to make a comment on the question. So this American Indian Religious Freedom Act I asked John to put the draft proposed executive order up on the screen. And this is for the Biden, we're all bunched up over here. This is for the Biden administration. This is why I like handouts, you guys. So, this isn't a law through Congress. This is a statute, a legislative vehicle, a bill, a law that's on the books. What we did, we created this proposed, and it took us a year to write it, and all people involved in it. This is when we first come down here in Farmington too. What it does is it creates the framework to better implement the 94 amendments and the 78 law. So the confused natives that might say something, and I think that's all right. If it's just we have to clarify. The Biden administration, is it going to come up or no? So the Biden administration, this is what we did, and this is what NCI supported, and all these other tribes, hundreds of tribes now, have supported this, okay? And what it is to fund the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. There's no money behind it. It's to enforce it. It's to get the Department of Justice involved. What Brother Justin talked about, federal preemption over these states that are trying to legalize it. It's to help create conservation programs in the Peyote Gardens for the private landowners to enroll in, where we rent conservation easements from them. It's to prevent the illegal black market sale of peyote. It's to prevent this over-harvesting, to create a regional regenerative harvesting. All these things we already agreed on already, all of us. And we put it in a package in an executive order, not just for peyote, but for all our ceremonial ways. And it's working, relatives. We're getting really close right now. And I'm going to tell you something. 2 weeks ago, that they released the best practice report. We have that in the QR code too, for sacred sites. Guess what? We were a part of that. We were the ones giving comments on that, best practices. And in that whole report for the federal government, they talk about this is the framework to engage private landowners too. Sacred sites. Then the President of the United States released his memorandum on traditional knowledge. We had a part of that too. Then Secretary Haaland released her secretarial order on co-tribal management of federal land. We were part of that too. All of you were that work with us. These are policy victories that NACNA is a part of and pushing. And this executive order is going to be the frosting on the cake when we get it done. But we got to have more tribes get behind it. Enforcement. It's a law that's not being enforced at all. And that's kind of what I wanted to say. And then I really didn't want to get back on the mic or whatever, but I wanted to clarify that so you guys understand that. These are positive. We don't sit around all day and twiddle our thumbs and think, how can we annoy Cody Swift and Steve Moore? And we don't. We're working. Boots on the ground with our own humble little money too. And just like each and every one of you come here on your own. There's no grant that sent you here. There's no program for the tribe that sent you here. You're here because you love this way of life. And that's how we do it too. And this executive order, it's awesome. It expresses all of that. And I don't like losing in DC. And I like winning. And we're going to win. We're going to get some form of this done. And that's what's addressing the Religious Freedom Act and what we want to see. A fuller, enhanced, department-wide, federal government-wide rallying around what they need to do, which is private-public partnerships with private landowners and us, access to sacred sites, co-management of federal land, and an oversight. There has to be some oversight. Right now, it's the Wild West down there. And right now, there's like a range war going on down there too. It's like a gold rush almost down there. We have to put oversight and some kind of cohesion together for that. So I just wanted to explain that a little bit.
Any other questions? None of this, so you won't go home and say, what did they schnitteln there? Anything else? Going once. Going twice.
When's the next meeting? When you guys coming together again?
I think our next function here we're working on is the congressional appropriations that are coming up the second week of May, where we're going to be providing testimony on several issues and matters and testifying as well. So that's our next function that we're doing. And then we're inching towards the convention in Nebraska in June as well. And so we have a whole slew of agenda items. And we have other just little things that come up and that we have to address as we go along almost on it. So we're planning on another summit, and we have not determined the subject matter or even the dates on that yet. But a good place to look is just our Facebook page, because we try to share and be transparent and share a lot of things like that.
Was shared to the NACNA, some time ago, just some encouragement, and then after that, we'll go to some closing statements and we'll adjourn.
All right, thank you, Pancho. Real quickly, this letter was dated September 7th, 2021, and it reads, "Dear Mr. Brady, the wisdom of the ages speaks of our ancestral and legendary knowledge intergenerationally transferred to us from time immemorial. Such wisdom has not even one word of legality. Rather, the laws of nature reigned supreme, and the only appeal that could be made was to the divine creator. The spirit, water, earth, and light were primeval laws that predate all other laws. From those laws came our perfect medicine. The human laws came with all the fragilities we suffer from today. Prior to the waves of immigrants, natives were humble but proud. It was humility that allowed us to keep the medicine pure. We did not need any written or prescribed laws with enforcement officers pretending to protect rights. It was our own self-regulation that kept order and justice in our ceremonies. It was our own preservation by adherence to natural growth versus human propaganda or cultivation that kept our medicine in abundance and readily accessible. The non-natives who today profess knowledge are poorly informed by their own education. They endanger the sacredness of our medicine and are the very ones who invite political debates about who is sanctimonious, as they charge natives with being holier than thou. The medicine awakens our dormant memory with comfort and healing. Our memories go back into the antiquity as we recall our ancestral teachings and recount our legendary affiliation with the medicines, foods, terrestrial, celestial, and aquatic non-human brothers and sisters. The immigrants know nothing of these stories and the morals that guide us to the good life. We do not need any stimulant. The medicine combined with our spirit and elicit prayer and songs. The immigrants do not have such a spirit. Immigration brought poor manners, pestilence, ignorance, and politics. Their cranial superficiality stems from a manufactured feeling. The immigrants want and need that fake spirituality and want desperately to invoke that same feeling upon unsuspecting and weak-spirited natives. They believe that generations of writing can inform them of the world and how to treat humans. Natives know it is not about chronology. Time passage brought immigrants in native clothing. Immigrant laws are below the laws of nature from where our medicine originates. Immigrant law evaporates before the light of native culture. Native culture is highly prized, and some natives are willing to sell it. The free market is now filled with native-inspired clothing, ceremony, regalia, music, and writing. Native songs can be heard over the electronic waves of all media, something our elders told us not to do. Lastly, immigrants brought the English language. They defined civilization as when recorded history started. Natives, conversely, do not accept non-civilization, but accept culturalization, which is history. History is of Mother Earth, who gifted us with our homes, food, medicines, and seasons. And history is for the vain who flatter themselves with flowery words, and history is for the humble. We have no need of any white man in our peyote ceremony. He and his laws should never intrude, interfere, or intercede in Native American rights. Decriminalization is abhorrent as pronounced by all the immigrants. Respectfully, Ted Strong. Oh, thank you.
So I think a good relative, Darren. So in closing here, I just want to have a moment of silence from this gentleman that just passed on here. He was very instrumental for making a headway here for Native American Church of North America. He was a gentleman with many hats. So if you could have just a brief moment here of silence. Thank you. So in our closing comments, I'm going to thank everyone. You guys did an awesome job. The NACNA team, the delegates, and everyone that signed up, and everyone that helped out with the fundraising, the T-shirts, the jackets, the stickers, and then somehow, some way, how the goodness of God, the Creator is. I was getting ready to go pay the tab. Somehow, some way, how wonderful God is. Appreciate whoever took care of that. So whoever that was, maybe somebody, maybe unmentioned, or I just want to say thank you. So, in closing, I just want to thank everyone for taking that good time to make your travels, to make your good efforts here on behalf of what we're trying to do. We ain't trying to cause any kind of negative vibes and energies and things like that, but but when we were raised, from grassroots, and we heard all the old timers, the A-team, express the reality of our way of life. And there's a kind of a difference, and then somebody later on in life changed their life, and they kind of want to know the ways, like that. And but nevertheless, we thank them for turning their life around and walking this good road. So I had an individual, they shared a dream with me. And I get two individuals with these past 3 months. One of them, they mentioned there was a big teepee. And mind you, this person that last told me this dream, this person is pretty gifted relatives. The last dream they had was back home in our backyard. They had a dream of being thankful that they were home. Being thankful that they were home, and she was happy to be amongst the members, the power of prayer. She says, as I was looking around, she said, I find myself, I was standing on a big birthday cake. And everybody was kind of birthday cake. Today, the Creator, God, the good Spirit, that was flares, oil and gas. She said from a distance, it looked like a bunch of carnival rides all over, a bunch of lights and this thing. So today, those rigs, oil, gas rigs, things like that. And she was standing on a candle, and that's those flares. They're all over. I'm not bragging. I'm not trying to say any kind of, if I'm bragging how wonderful God is, the Creator, this good medicine is. Because we're all blessed in so many ways. So when she said that, the last dream, that was 60 years ago. This year, 2 months ago, she said we were in a big teepee. One of the granddaughters said, we're in a big teepee. Everyone was in there. He said it was really strong. Everyone was helping, praying, and uniting, helping each other. And pretty soon we start seeing, you know, when you, from a teepee, when you kind of feel those hands, you know, kind of like this, kids mess around teepee. He said there was people like that. They were scratching this teepee. They were saying, I'm sorry, forgive us. That's what they were saying. We apologize. We want to change. Forgive us. Let us in. They looked towards that door. That door was shut, real like steel, or they couldn't let nobody in. There was crying outside. They kept seeing their hands. So think about that, relatives. What does that mean? We can take it a lot of different ways, a lot of different angles. But I know our relatives always say, sometimes some of our members, some of our relatives, they're going to get way out there in the left field. In La La Land. Don't let them stay out there too long. Invite them. Maybe take care of fire. Take care of drum, cedar. Get them back around this fireplace. Don't let them stay out there too long. So that's what we've been trying to do from day one, 2021. When I first got this position, I was thinking, all right, man, I finally get to go to the ABNDN convention. And man, I was all fired up telling my wife, we're going to pack up. Geez, no invite. So I was thinking, wow. I was thinking all these guys are here on these CDs, you know. Man, I'm going to go see them. And man, it was awesome. And here, no use. I got no invite. But that's, you know, you're supposed to laugh on that one. Yeah. But anyways, there's always good to change. There's always good for improvement, good relatives. So in closing, on the way back from the Peyote Gardens, this other gentleman is gifted too as well. And this is offerings to our peyote. I want to share it with you. There's a lot of you know, signs out there, relatives. So I just like you all to not you know, forget about them, put them to the side. You know, so in closing, I want to recognize this young, beautiful princess. If you could make your way this way, Mrs. John, Miss Nojoni, if you can make your way this way, let's give this young girl a good round of applause here. Don't be. So I just want to say thank you to her. I know future days, you know, she'll be making us all proud. So I just want to say that to her and appreciate the parents and the relatives for helping. Do you want to? I can just see her.
Say yeah. Turn this way. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yate shike doshidine.
It's okay. Go ahead. I don't know.
You can read it for a few.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'll hold it. Introduce yourself.
Yate shike doshidine.
She usually will introduce herself in Navajo, but her late Gaga was Reverend Aloysius Weasel Bear of the Native American Church in South Dakota. And her Gaga is Daryl Red Cloud. So we wanted to come say hello to him. I currently reside in Shiprock. She is Miss Najoni Elementary in Shiprock, New Mexico. So we just wanted to come say hi. We do attend Native American Church. She did get her Indian name in South Dakota in Slim Buttes through the Lakota side. Yeah, thank you for allowing.
Let's give him a round of applause. I believe our last royalty was Miss Indian World, Cheyenne Day, back in 2016. So maybe she'll be along those lines too as well. So I want to say about that much here. In my closing song, I just want to sing an encouragement song. That will be our closing prayer, and then we'll continue on. I know it says closing prayer, adjourn at 5, but we're 30 minutes, kind of ahead of schedule. I'm thankful for that. So, in closing, we could all, if you know the song, you could help out, and then maybe you could all make some good prayers, some good wishes here for all the goodness. I believe we got to take down the colors, or could we just... Okay. We'll just continue on here, and then we'll have our gentleman that took care of the color guard here. But before that, I just want to sing a quick flag song, and then we'll retire the colors here. Sacking Fox flag song, if you know it, if you could help me out. The kiki o holding on it, the kiki o holding on it, yana no Kiyoga gata mai benek wanele lake, geshe balito we yana hele. Let not the dobana, the kiki a holding on it, the kiki a holding on it, the kiki a holding on it, yana hele no way. Let not the dobana, the kiki a holding on it, the kiki a holding on it, yana way they no. Kiyoka gata mai benek wanele lake, geshe balito we hiana hele. Let not the dobana, de keke a holding on it, de keke a holding on it, de keke a holding on it, hiana hele wa. NAC, na Hawaii. NAC, na Hawaii. NAC, na Hawaii. NAC, na Hawaii. Hey, na God bless NAC, na Hawaii. Hey, na NAC, na Hawaii. Hey, na NAC, na Hawaii, NAC, na Hawaii, NAC, na Hawaii, NAC, na Hawaii, God bless NAC, na Hawaii, NAC, na Hawaii, Amen. God bless each and every one of you. Good health and happiness, each and every one of you. Aho.